We kick things off in a fantasy world which has the labyrinth city Merhats. Inside this city is a hospital known as Eris, where our hero, Satu Shiki, is working as a healer. He was reincarnated in this world from his own planet, so he was hoping to do a good job here. But it turns out that he was fired from the job by a cute, curvy girl whose name is Eris. As a matter of fact, it was so bad that she ordered Shiki never to show his face ever again. We do not know yet if this was because he did shady things to her due to his intrusive thoughts. So it's time for a brief flashback within the Eris hospital. We see our hero using a healing spell to remove poison from a cute girl's hands. He gets done with the treatment and then he asks the girl to pay his fee of 400 zeni, which is the currency of this world. This is too much for the girl, so she uses her curvy body to appeal to him. Her equipment had broken down during her last adventure, so she's a little low on cash. However, Shiki cannot let her get away with this again, otherwise he will be fired by Eris. This puts him in a tough spot as the hospital's hired healer. This girl is shown to be a regular adventurer, and she always comes back to the Eris hospital to heal her injuries after she visits the labyrinth. She clearly knows how to play with Shiki, because she gives him a wink and promises not to tell Eris about it. She rubs her body up against our hero, and his intrusive thoughts start to take over in hyperspeed. This is a dangerous situation for Shiki, because he has to face the temptation of twin hills covered by a thin piece of cloth. He tries his best to fight against his shady intentions, but then the girl tells him that he can touch and rub her twin hills if he wants. Her technique is highly effective and starting to show signs of impact as Shiki closes his eyes but puts out his hand to touch what most men may have touched before. He tries to act innocent by saying the Eris hospital is going through some trouble with cash, so his neck may be on the line if he gives another discount without the boss's permission. Of course, he can't fight his intrusive thoughts any longer, so he gives in to temptation and loses the battle against the cute girl's curvy hills. Shiki says that it can't be helped now, so he is willing to go down to 200 zeni, which is more than enough to please his patient. She happily allows him to do unspeakable things to her hills. So our hero turns over to the dark side and states how she is always able to get a discount using this secret technique. However, with one set of twin hills being violated, another set enters the room, and it happens to belong to Eris, who wants to know exactly what Shiki is doing. Our hero is caught in the act, so there's nothing he can do for now, but the girl makes the most of this chance and simply runs away while she can. Shiki can't believe that she has betrayed him, but now he has to deal with the wrath of Eris, who is fuming with rage. She tells our hero that she has warned him time and again regarding discounts, especially when they are given without her permission. Shiki relies on his secret rules of success, but the first rule is to smile and laugh when in trouble. That obviously doesn't work on Eris, and she demands to know why he was touching what he should not have been touching. Shiki thinks of his second rule, which is to give a reasonable explanation for his actions. So he says that the girl's hills were injured, which was why he decided to check them in detail. However, this tactic fails as well, as Eris says Shiki could have cured the girl's hills even if he had used healing magic. There was no need for him to be doing lewd things. And on top of that, Eris was actually watching the whole thing right from the start. There is no other option left for Shiki, so he relies on rule number 3, which is to beg for mercy. He bows down to Eris and says sorry for being a shady boy, but she isn't budging at all. She mentions how Shiki had told her that he wanted to work in the hospital no matter what. However, our hero tells us that the only reason he said that to her was because he wanted to see her curvy body every day. Despite Eris warning Shiki against the discount situation, he has continued to do it again and again. To make matters worse, he does shady things with the patients, just like he was doing to the girl as well. Till now, Eris had allowed it because his healing magic was amazing, but she has had enough of his antics now. This explains why she fires him and tells him never to show his face ever again. Now, our hero is jobless and homeless in another world, with nowhere to go. Shiki has found himself in a bad situation, so he goes to a bar to drink his sorrows away. That isn't helping either, because our hero needs to find a new job quickly. It's not going to be easy, since clinics will not accept anyone with the kind of qualifications he has. This is where he realizes that Eris was a nice girl, as she was open enough to give him a chance. He recalls that Eris had all his luggage packed when she had fired him, which means that she did not do this on an impulse. Eris had actually planned to kick him out a while ago, and Shiki believes it has to do with an incident from the previous day. Our hero had bumped into Eris while she was taking a bath, and carelessly fell on top of her, which led to him touching things that he should not be touching. Shiki can still feel the softness in his hands, but he can't let his intrusive thoughts take over just yet. After all, his goal is to build a harem since he is in another world. It's at this point when he hears someone call out his name from behind. It's the cute girl with the curvy hills, and she asks Shiki why he's drinking at this time of day. He reveals that he got fired from the hospital, and it shocks the girl, but she can only smile and offer her condolences. The girl tries to act calm, so she averts her eyes, but our hero knows that she's aware of the reason for him getting fired. He also remembers another important thing, so he asks her for her name. The girl is shocked that Shiki does not even know her name, especially after all the lewd things she's let him do to her. However, Shiki says that they have only spoken to each other when she would come over to the hospital to get treated by him. He obviously doesn't want any misunderstandings to be repeated, so he urges the girl not to say such things in public. She figures he's right, but Shiki wants to know how she knows his name. Anyway, since the both of them have only been flirting over discounts, the girl decides to reveal her name as Luluka, also known as Lulu. Shiki says he won't forget her name, but that's only because Lulu is the shady girl who has caused him to lose his job. Come to think of it, Shiki realizes that he did give Lulu the discount, but he didn't get to violate her hills the way he wanted to. On top of that, she didn't even pay for the treatment, but he can't exactly discuss these things in public with her. He doesn't know what he's going to do now that he doesn't have a job, but then Lulu comes up with an idea for him. She suggests that Shiki should try his hand at becoming an adventurer. It's not a bad idea, but our hero reminds Lulu that he can only use healing magic. She agrees that it might be hard for him to do this alone, so she advises him to join a party since it will make his life much easier. Shiki decides to ask Lulu if he can join her party, but it's not going to go his way at all. Lulu acts shy and mentions that her party has a very uptight girl, so it won't be possible. Shiki wants to push for a spot in this party, because he had heard earlier from Lulu that it only has cute girls in it. Unfortunately, he will have to dream on because they're not letting him join. It makes sense as well, because if Shiki was in Lulu's place, then even he would not allow someone like him to join such a party. For all we know, our hero would probably end up peeping on the girls while they take a bath or something along those lines. Shiki asks Lulu if a novice adventurer like him would be able to find partners. It pains him to say this, but he doesn't have any friends over here since he's from another world. He hopes to use this emotional tactic to get Lulu to listen, but she's too busy enjoying her meal, so it makes him feel even worse. He asks her if she's even listening to what he's saying, but she says that he'll be able to form a party in no time because his healing powers are out of this world. She wishes him all the best, and continues to eat her food. With that, Shiki has become a loner once again. Our hero walks through the streets of the city, and it makes him recall the first time he had entered this world. We learn that he was stabbed by a slasher and reincarnated in this world as a result of it. At first, he did not know if he was living inside a dream, a game, or maybe even the afterlife. Despite not understanding anything at all, he still walked around the streets with no mission in mind. Luckily for him, he had come across Rizz, who had taken him in with open arms. Our hero felt great joy when she offered him a job at her hospital, because this was as good as it could get for him. However, he ended up doing unspeakable things to her patients and even her as well, so Shiki messed it all up. Suddenly, he notices something odd with the crowd in front of him, so he decides to check it out. We learn that it's a slave market, which is why people are getting excited. Shiki tells us that there are many ways to be bought as a slave in this world, but it all boils down to two things in the end. The master will need to provide the basic necessities to the slave, and in return, the slave would do whatever the master would ask from them without any hesitation. If the slave doesn't obey their master, then they will be forced to do so by a magic seal known as a slave crest. Shiki gets an idea and thinks of entering the labyrinth with a bunch of slaves to make his job a lot easier. He puts his mind to work and realizes that it might be the best possible idea for someone like him. The slaves will have to obey him because of the slave crest, so there is no chance of him getting betrayed inside the labyrinth, which is anyway filled with monsters. It's definitely a better choice than having to rely on total strangers. So it looks like Shiki is going to buy him some nice slaves, but he does have a major problem. He's low on cash because he's only got around 60,000 zeni in hand right now. If he is to consider even the cheapest slave, then it's going to cost him at least 200,000 zeni. It's a good plan, but our hero can't risk taking on any debts just to buy one slave. He gives up on this tactic, but then he notices a slave girl with some injuries. She's quite badly hurt, but the thing is that she's a dark elf girl. It looks like she was attacked by a monster and isn't going to last very long, which explains why her price is as low as 50,000 zeni. It's a bargain deal, which means that Shiki can afford her. Of course, he's not a generous man or anything, but he does need a slave, and this girl can be of great use to him. Before he moves ahead, he decides to assess the girl's skills to see if she would be a good fit for his party. He uses his appraisal skills and takes a good look at the elf girl. Her name is shown to be Yule, and she possesses the skill of dagger arts. This makes Shiki happy, because even though Yule is a child, she can easily become an adventurer if she trains her skills. On top of that, the Dark Elves are a nimble race, so Yule can prove to be useful to Shiki. Our hero tells the slave trader that he wants to buy the Dark Elf girl, But even the slave trader is shocked to hear this. He mentions that Yule's eyes are damaged and it would cost Shiki a lot of money to get her healed. Of course, Shiki doesn't care about any of this, so he transfers the money and tells the slave trader to make the contract. It is mentioned that refunds are not allowed. And then Yule is given to Shiki as his new slave. He takes a look at her as she bows down to him and gives an introduction. Shiki offers his hand to her, but she is not able to see it, which means that he has his task cut out for him. He decides to take Yule to the inn first. But the problem is that the place they're going to has a bath in each room which is used for shady acts. The fact that Shiki has brought a girl wrapped in bandages also doesn't do him any favors, but he doesn't have any choice. He simply tells the reception girls that he's actually just going to stay with Yule, but he already has a bad reputation. Now, the two of them enter their room, and then Shiki asks Yule if she's tired of walking. He tells her it's time for bed, and then Yule bows down to him again. She thanks our hero for buying her and promises to serve him to the best of her abilities. This gives Shiki a warm feeling inside. But he remembers that he's the hero, not the villain, so he can't let his intrusive thoughts take over. He tells himself to calm down because he is not so far gone as a human being. After all, Yule is a child, so he needs to take care of her almost like a big brother. He tells Yule that she does not have to serve him in the normal way that a slave would serve her master. As a matter of fact, he needs to get the healing started first. Yule is confused upon hearing this. Our hero says that he's going to fix Yule right away, and he unleashes his ultimate healing move to remove all of her injuries. With that, the bandages go away and Yule looks good as new. Shiki says that the treatment is over and then he hands Yule a mirror so that she can see herself. It's a very emotional moment for the elf girl, as she can finally see herself with her own eyes. She needs a moment to calm down, but Shiki is happy that Yule is back to normal again. She takes a look at Shiki and asks him if he is her master, so he decides to act cool in front of her. He asks her if he's handsome, but what happens next is something even he did not expect. Yule hugs him with gratitude and says that he's very handsome and cool, even going on to say that he's the coolest boy in this world. Of course, Shiki has to be neutral, but even he is overcome with emotion. Yule thanks him for fixing her face and body, and she says that she really wants to show her gratitude to him. Obviously, this is not what Shiki has bought her for, so he reminds Yule that he is not a shady man. Even then, Yule acts cute and says that she wants to service him in the best way she can. Shiki figures it's time to tell her the truth, so he reveals that he bought Yule because he wants her to dive into the labyrinth with him. Since he is going to become an adventurer, he will need the elf girl to support him in his journey. Yule feels shy and says that she doesn't know how to be of use to him here since she only has dagger skills. Shiki tells her it's alright, and he will let her eat all she wants for the next 2 days. Then he will train her skills and he'll keep healing her to make sure the process becomes faster. The elf girl is ready to serve her master, so she says that she will always fight by his side, even if it means risking her own life. He tells her that they will go to the labyrinth and conquer it, so Yule says she's looking forward to it. Our hero is shocked that such a young girl is excited for the labyrinth, but anyway, he has now become an adventurer in another world. Now, we fast forward to Shiki and Yule making their way to the labyrinth. Our hero tells us that the labyrinth is a scary place where monsters roam around with deadly intention. But at the same time, this is also a place where you can make a good fortune if you play your cards right. Yule is extremely happy to be visiting the labyrinth, so Shiki comments that she's like a child going to an amusement park. Of course, he feels a little guilty for taking such a sweet, young girl to a dangerous labyrinth, but maybe Yule is excited because she has faith in her own ability. This theory actually turns out to be true as Yule's dagger skills are so amazing that she's able to take down a whole army of monsters without any problems. The elf girl rushes to her master and asks him how she did. Yule has a very cute look on her face, and it makes Shiki compare her to a puppy who is waiting for her reward. Our hero puts his hand on her head and congratulates her for doing such a good job. As expected, this makes Yule very happy, but Shiki is even happier because she is much more useful to him than he could have ever imagined. As a matter of fact, Yule is able to defeat monsters from the first as well as the second floor without breaking a sweat. By the time they reach the third floor, Shiki stops assessing Yule and simply pats her on her head to show his appreciation. Having Yule on his team definitely feels like a cheat code, but since she is able to come this far without even a single scratch, it puts Shiki's role as a healer under question. He gives off a weird face which makes Yule ask him what's wrong. Our hero realizes that he can't make Yule worry, so he focuses on praising her for her services. This is more than enough to make the elf girl blush and be content with her master. After their latest mission, the team goes to grab a bite, but first, Shiki has to cash in on the bounty. He and Yule have earned 2,000 yeni just from today, and it's all thanks to the elf girl. Our hero buys a nice meal for himself and Yule, but he feels like a shameless leech because he hasn't even done anything in the labyrinth. Yule loves the food, and she has a carefree smile on her face, which at least means that she's enjoying her service as Shiki's slave. Of course, our hero is used to getting scolded by Eris, so he imagines that his curvy boss would mock him for enjoying the money his slave has made for him. He doesn't care about that anyway, because Eris doesn't even want to see his face anymore. Suddenly, he hears someone calling out his name, and it's none other than Lulu. She hilariously grabs our hero from behind and says that he is the only one who can save her. Naturally, Yule is a bit suspicious, so she asks her master who this curvy girl is. Lulu pauses after hearing the elf girl refer to Shiki as her master, so she asks him if he's gotten a slave for himself. She finds Yule extra cute, but is disgusted to see how shady Shiki is as a boy. Lulu can't believe that he prefers girls like Yule, but our hero tells her that she's got it all wrong. Now, Shiki decides to introduce the girls to each other, and he mentions how Lulu would visit him back when he was a healer at the Eris hospital. Similarly, he explains how he bought Yule as his slave, but for the purpose of fighting goblins inside the labyrinth. Now, Lulu finally understands why Shiki bought Yule as his slave, and she is amazed that such a small and adorable girl is capable of taking down so many goblin monsters. She thinks that Yule is amazing, and even asks her to join her own party if she ever comes to hate Shiki for his shady actions. After all, she does need an attack person, but Shiki asks her not to poach his own slave. As expected, Yule says that she will never hate her master, because he had healed her from some horrible injuries. She might not even have survived till now if he had not come along, which is why the elf girl considers Shiki to be the most precious person to her in the whole world. Lulu feels bad for making Yule cry, so she tells her that it was just a joke. However, she is impressed to see no marks on Yule's body, which means that Shiki is indeed a top-class healer. Our hero takes this chance to gloat over his skills, but Lulu has a request for him, so she calls her party members over. They consist of a cute, curvy girl named Syrah, and an angry, flat girl named Fran. Syrah is shown to be sweet as she thanks Shiki for always taking care of Lulu, even if it meant doing shady things to her in exchange for a discount. Fran is shown to be a grumpy girl, who doesn't even greet Shiki when he says hello to her. He obviously gets upset and wants to give the flat girl a piece of his mind, but Lulu tells him that Fran has injured her shoulder due to a monster bite. She wants Shiki to heal Fran because she doesn't want the bite to leave a scar on her skin. Our hero tries to tell Lulu that she should not go on so many adventures if she's worried about getting scars, but then she shoves a bag of coins into his face. It's an upfront payment for the healing, and Lulu isn't even asking for a discount, so Shiki has to be fair. He heals Fran with ease, but she just walks away without even showing a hint of gratitude. Fran actually has the nerve to tell Shiki that she was not the one who asked to be healed, so it makes him want to teach her a lesson again. Our hero is well within his right to punish the shameless flat girl, but he realizes that Yule is there with him, so he needs to set a good example for her. After all, he doesn't want to ruin her mood by showing his angry side in public. Shiki asks Lulu if Fran was the uptight girl she had mentioned earlier, mainly because it's quite obvious that she doesn't like men. Lulu says yes, but also states that Fran is not as bad of a person as she shows herself to be. She decides it's time to leave with the girls, so she tells Shiki that she will come to him again if she needs any healing help. Our hero is fine with helping Syrah or Lulu, but he has no desire to help Fran again. Yule can sense some tension, so she looks up to her master, where Shiki reassures her that she doesn't need to worry about it. The next day, our hero wakes up from a horrible dream where he was mercilessly attacked by an army of flat girls. It's quite obvious that the dream has been inspired by Fran. But then Shiki notices Yule looking cute as ever. They wish each other good morning, and we can see that they are sleeping in the same bed together. Shiki doesn't want us to get the wrong idea, so he explains that it's completely fine for him to sleep next to Yule without letting his intrusive thoughts take over. It turns out that Yule wanted to sleep on the cold, hard floor because she's a slave girl. However, Shiki is not that kind of master, so he carried her to bed and lulled her to sleep, thus proving that he is not such a shady boy. He says all of this to reassure himself, but then Shiki finds himself in yet another hilarious situation. It looks like Yule wants a morning kiss, which is why she has gotten into position for one. As expected, this makes Shiki panic because he doesn't know how to react to this. The elf girl puckers up for the kiss, but Shiki knows that he can't let this happen. He tries to tell Yule that a kiss on the cheek would be fine, but her face is as red as a cherry, so he fears that he might embarrass her. Shiki knows that he can severely affect Yule's confidence if he openly rejects her, but at the same time, he can't give in to his intrusive thoughts. Tensions run high as our hero is at a total loss, but then he sees tears coming out of Yule's eyes, so he pats her on the head instead. She is confused by his actions, so he tells her that she needs to get a little bigger for such things. Till then he wants his slave girl to eat, sleep, and work in moderation. He realizes that Yule was probably trying to comfort him after what happened with Fran the previous day. Of course, if the elf girl was of age, then he would have happily done lewd things with her. As expected, Yule gets upset and asks her master if her body is not enough for him. He explains that it's nothing like that, And the only reason he isn't unleashing the beast from within is because Yule is still a child. He does mention that in a few years, she will be a charming young lady, so maybe they can think about such things when the time comes. Yule luckily gets what he means, and she promises to do her best to be as charming as possible. Shiki breathes a sigh of relief because he has been able to control himself while also not hurting his slave girl's feelings. This is the true mark of a mature master. And he also realizes that Yule really likes him, so he should do his best not to disappoint her. At the same time, he has no intention to give up on his dream to create a harem, because that is his ultimate fantasy. For now though, he must put aside his shady thoughts and take Yule for breakfast. After they're done with their meal, they head over to the labyrinth, and that's when Shiki realizes that he doesn't have any weapons on him. He obviously has Yule, so it's not like he needs them, and he figures that he'd probably just get in the way if he tried fighting by her side. Even then, it's better to have a weapon just for his own safety because one can never get too comfortable. Shiki pulls out a sandwich from his food basket as his elf girl takes down all the monsters on their floor. She happily announces that she's done her job, and then Shiki asks her if she'd like to have lunch. Yule takes a bite of her sandwich and she nibbles on it like a cute puppy. However, once she's done with the sandwich, the elf girl starts to taste her master's fingers, which makes him a bit conscious. It's a rather intense session, but luckily, Yule reveals that the dressing was spicy. Shiki is glad that the dressing was the issue, because he wouldn't have been able to explain this behavior in any other way. All of a sudden, Yule becomes alert as she can sense someone coming in from the deeper part of the labyrinth. Shiki takes a look, and he notices a couple of men limping towards him, asking for help. One of these men appears to be injured, so our hero rushes to them to check if they are alright. The injured man is shown to have lost his foot to a giant ant monster, so his buddy asks Shiki to at least close the wound in order to prevent any further bleeding. Shiki now knows that the giant ant is a beast that will be found in the layers ahead of where he currently is. The task at hand right now is to cure the wound of the footless man, so Shiki springs into action. He uses his ultimate healing spell, just like he'd done with Yule, and to everyone's shock and surprise, the injured man has got his foot back. Not just that, he can move it freely as well, so it's definitely his lucky day. Of course, our hero never likes to do anything for free, so he tries to become greedy by asking for a fair compensation. He's about to ask the men for the cash, but then his elf girl looks at him with dreamy eyes. This makes Shiki conscious, because now he'll come across as shady if he asks for money. He realizes that he must become an honorable master for Yule, so he decides to leave the men alone. The cured man thanks Shiki for saving him, and he is about to pay him for his kindness, but Shiki simply says that he does not need his money. Instead, he asks the man to treasure his life, and then he walks away with Yule in order to look like a cool hero. Shiki feels really good about himself and feels that his character arc is going to become much better now that he has done a good deed. However, the men grab him from behind and say that they need to repay him somehow for what he's done. They say that they should at least buy Shiki a drink, so it confuses our hero. He is clueless as to why these men followed after him instead of just standing there and being amazed by his selfless acts. That's when he realizes that all of them are going the same way since they are exiting the labyrinth. Shiki is then taken to a pub, and even though he feels that there's no benefit in hanging out with these men, he soon takes back his words when they raise a toast together. We learn that the injured man's name is Isekai'd and the other man's name is Geyser, and the both of them are quite nice once you get to know them a bit better. Shiki thanks them for treating Yule as well, but they say that it's nothing compared to what Shiki did for them. Geyser is a bit curious because Shiki should be wanted by every hospital out there if he has such amazing healing powers. That's when our hero explains he's not a priest, so it would be better if Isekai'd and Geyser don't mention his powers to anyone else. Isekai'd puts some thought into this, and then he suggests Shiki to open up his own clinic over here, especially since he's mostly just sitting at the bar all day. Geyser thinks it's a good idea, because Shiki can set up a mobile clinic at the bar and treat adventurers. This is a great option for our hero, but he doesn't know if he'll be allowed to do it. Isekai'd tells him to ask the master of the bar, and believes that it should be fine because Shiki will end up attracting more customers to the bar. There's no harm in trying, so Shiki goes to the bar master and presents his idea. The master immediately approves it, which is amazing for our hero. Without further ado, he proceeds to set up his mobile clinic at the bar, and he even gets a signboard. Shiki thinks back to the time he was unemployed and had to depend on Yule to get his money. But now, he is living a good life thanks to his clinic. He is doing so well that he has been able to buy a mace for his own protection. Shiki's life sounds like a dream come true, but there is one issue that's still bothering him. That one thing happens to be the sleeping beast inside his body, which has been created by his intrusive thoughts. This can be seen in full flow one morning when he wakes up with a light shining like no other from his elephant zone. Naturally, Yule is curious as to what this is, but we don't get to see how our hero handled that situation. Instead, we move to a scene where Lulu and Yule are going to sell a whole bunch of slimes to the guild, and our hero is following after them. It looks like Shiki has told Lulu that the slimes can be used for cooking, but that isn't the truth at all. The true use of the slime jelly is something else. But it's too late for our hero to reveal the truth to Lulu now. The girls are going to sell all the jelly, which means that Shiki will not be able to use it for what he needs. He doesn't lose hope just yet and hopes to catch at least one of them. And as luck would have it, one of the jelly pieces falls off the basket. Shiki activates his super speed to pick up the jelly in the nick of time, and he's glad to have been able to get at least one piece. However, he realizes that the girls have gone ahead of him, so he needs to catch up to them now. At this very moment, he bumps into someone and says sorry for the encounter. However, he can feel something nice and soft in his hands, and this is a feeling he has felt before. It turns out to be Eris and her twin hills that our hero is holding on to. As expected, they are both shocked to see each other after such a long time. It's time to move back time for a bit, so we see Yule holding on to her master with a smile on her face. We learn that Shiki was having a man's talk with 8 and Geyser while they were in the restroom, and he has come up with a solution to tackle his inner beast. Now that he has a solution, he tells Yule that it's time to go the labyrinth, and they need to head straight towards the 7th floor. This is because our hero is going to hunt some slimes. However, in a hilarious turn of events, Shiki is easily defeated by a slime, and he lies on the floor with disbelief while Yule tries to wake him up. Our hero had no idea that he wasn't even strong enough to take down a slime, but the truth is that he was tricked by these small monsters. Slimes can spit out their mucus, which is very slippery, and that's why Shiki fell on his head and passed out. The plan was to get jelly from these slimes without Yule knowing what they're for, but that clearly is a failed effort. The elf girl worries for her master, but Shiki allows her to laugh at his pitiful state. Instead, she says sorry for not being able to protect him when he needed it. Obviously, Shiki tells her that she's done her job well and it's his own fault for letting such a thing happen. However, he gets hurt once again, and it makes his slave girl very upset. Shiki heals himself and tells Yule that he's fine, so there's no need for her to cry. Despite this, Yule says that she does not have the right to have her head patted by her master. As she says this, our hero notices that her ears have dropped, which means that they move as per the elf girl's emotion. Shiki tells Yule to cheer up because he always wants her to have a smile on her face. He plays with her ears and it makes her feel better, so Shiki can breathe a sigh of relief. Her ears go back up again, but Shiki wonders if Yule is like this because of her living as a slave. He feels that she might need human warmth, which is why him patting her head almost feels like some kind of medicine. Shiki uses his brains and figures that Yule only thinks of herself as a battle slave. Her worth is calculated by her ability to protect her master, which is why his encounter with the slime might have broken her confidence. After all, this is her only connection to Shiki as of right now. Our hero realizes that he needs to say the right words to his slave girl, so he tells Yule that he will always be with her no matter what. This puts a smile on her face, and she glows up with sincere joy. The elf girl promises to try harder next time, and her master says that he will be counting on her for it. This seems to help Yule get her confidence again. And then Shiki decides that they should call it quits for today. Yule is fine with this, but our hero knows that he still has to achieve his goal, which is to obtain the slime jelly. Later in the day, Lulu meets Shiki and asks him if they can go to the labyrinth together the next day. She acts cute and holds our hero close to her curvy body, but this confuses him because she did reject him from joining her party. On top of that, he has no desire to work with the flat, shameless Fran, but Lulu explains that Sierra and Fran are taking a break for now, so it will be just her. Lulu then cuddles with Yule and says that even she is looking forward to it, although the elf girl feels like Lulu is hurting her. Shiki tells her that he's currently in the middle of the 7th floor, so if she's fine hunting slimes with him, then it should be fine. The talk of slimes makes Lulu curious, so Shiki tries to entice her by saying these monsters have been in a lot of demand of late, especially because of the items that they drop. Lulu does not give an instant answer, so our hero fears that his lies have been found out. Maybe Yule did not notice this, but Lulu should have more experience, so it could be possible that she knows what slimes can do to a man. However, Lulu simply smiles and tells Shiki that she will join him for the hunt tomorrow. This is good news for our hero, but then she also asks if she can stay with him for the night. Of course, Shiki says yes, but he wonders if Lulu also has intrusive thoughts for him. The curvy girl is happy to hear this, but she simply says good night and leaves the room. Obviously, this confuses Shiki because he thought that Lulu wanted to share the same room with him. Our hero figures that Lulu was teasing him on purpose, but before he can curse her, Yule tells him that they should also go to sleep now. At least he has his slave girl with him, so Shiki comes up with a plan. We see Lulu outside the room, and she reveals that she did just play a prank on our hero because she loves to see his face when she teases him. After all, this is the same boy who would give her discounts in exchange for shady acts. Suddenly, she hears lewd noises coming from the room, and she starts to wonder what's going on. Lulu can hear Yule asking her master how it feels, and he says it's amazing. The elf girl gets a little tired, so Shiki tells her that she doesn't need to force herself to do this. It's okay for Yule to stop, but she doesn't want to because she wants to serve her master. Lulu has heard enough, so she charges into the room, ready to confront Shiki for his shady acts. However, all she can see is our hero getting a shoulder massage from Yule. It's time for Shiki to return the favor, so he asks Lulu what's the matter. He asks if something has caught her interest, but she is speechless. He goes on to say that his slave girl is doing her best to give him a massage. It makes Lulu blush out of embarrassment. Now that Shiki has the upper hand, he questions Lulu and her intrusive thoughts, so she runs away from the room feeling shy. Our hero is pleased that he's been able to get back at the curvy girl for her teasing session earlier. Yule now asks her master if she can continue with the massage, so he says yes. After all, it's not like he has any shady intentions for her. The sounds continue to flow from the room, and Lulu can still hear them, so it's safe to say that she does not have a very pleasant night. The next day, Lulu joins our hero and his slave girl in the labyrinth. She can see that Shiki and Yule are very close, especially when he hugs her after defeating monsters. Lulu can't hold her curiosity any longer, so she asks our hero if he does such things with the elf girl regularly. He says yes and asks if there's any problem with it. The curvy girl understands that he's giving the slave girl a reward for her efforts, but it's making her feel left out. Lulu goes on to strike a shady pose in order to tempt Shiki, but he now has experience with her, so he fights back his intrusive thoughts. After all, she could just be teasing him again to get revenge for last night. Yule finds this strange, so she asks Lulu if she also wants to be patted on the head by her master. This leads to an awkward situation, and Lulu starts looking at Shiki with dreamy eyes. Tensions run high, and it looks like Lulu might just act on her intentions, but then she changes the topic and suggests rushing towards the 7th floor for the slimes. This is not something that Shiki can just overlook because Lulu was genuinely giving him eyes of passion. He knows that she has allowed him to do unspeakable things to her, but that was obviously for discounts. Now that there is something real, it might be that Lulu actually likes Shiki. However, he comes back to his senses and says that it's just Lulu behaving like she normally would, so she's probably just teasing him again. Now, the team runs into a bunch of slime monsters, so the girls get to work and do a splendid job. They get covered in some slime though, so Shiki has to stay strong once again. It was a rather easy task, so Shiki is pleased that he has such skilled fighters with him. We learn that a slime's body disappears after it is defeated, but it does leave behind a prop item which is exactly what our hero is after. This is called slime jelly, and it will be the savior for Shiki and his little elephant. Yule takes a bunch of these jelly items and states that they're elastic and soft. Of course, Shiki would not want her to spend too much time with the jelly, but then she suggests that he should try it as well. Shiki plays it off as a joke, but deep down, his shady mind knows exactly what he's going to do with this jelly. Now, we come back to the present time where we see Rizz suggesting that they should sell the jelly items. All of this finally makes sense, because Shiki's plan has now been laid to waste. He does not want the girls to sell all of the jelly items because he will not have anything left to use for his own elephant later on. This is exactly why he jumped for his life when one of the jelly items fell from the basket. However, this is also the exact same time he bumps into Rizz again, and to make matters worse, he grabs here where no man should ever grab a woman. Of course, the both of them are shocked to see each other again, but our hero can't help himself, so he tries to feel the softness just a bit more. As expected, he gets slapped by Rizz for being a creep and he says sorry for his actions. Anyway, it's a bit surprising to see his former boss over here. And that too, it seems like she's just come out of a bar. Shiki doesn't understand this, because Rizz is usually at the hospital at this hour. He asks her if something has happened, but Rizz says that it does not concern him and she walks away from the scene. It's a puzzling interaction for our hero, but then Yule and Lulu come back for him and mention that he needs to keep up. He joins his girls again, but he's still suspicious about what Rizz said to him. He figures that he should go back soon, and then he thanks Lulu for all her help today. The curvy girl hugs Shiki closely and tells him that they should do this some other time as well. Naturally, this makes Yule a bit jealous and our hero very awkward. The curvy girl leaves the scene and Shiki comments on how odd she is, but then Yule holds onto his arm. He asks her if something's the matter, but she says it's nothing even though she knows she wants her master all to herself. Now, Shiki and Yule go to the bar and catch up with Geyser and Nate for a drink. They are impressed to learn that our hero is already at the 7th floor, but he gives the credit to Yule and her impressive dagger skills. The men tell him that he's not exactly a bad fighter and Yule can only battle the monsters with freedom because she knows that her master is standing right behind her. She is a bit cheerful now after hearing this, but she wants to know why everyone is celebrating so much right now. Shiki tells her that it is to enjoy the success of beating all the slimes today. The elf girl does not understand why beating slimes is such a big deal, but before Shiki can say anything, 8 tells him that he should not bring up the topic they had discussed earlier, especially not in front of his slave girl. That's when we learn that the slime jelly is some kind of relief device which will help our hero maintain his image in front of Yule. After all, he can't afford to give her the wrong impression if she were ever to catch him in the middle of something unspeakable. However, our hero suddenly loses his senses and taps into his intrusive thoughts once again when he sees the maids of this bar. They are all cute and curvy, so he can't get his shady mind off them. Yule notices this and she wonders if she would look better if she also wore a maid costume. She even gets the incentive to do so, because her master says that he would prefer to see her in such an outfit. 8 says that Shiki should buy Yule a maid skirt because he needs to reward her for all her hard work. Our hero agrees with 8 because he knows how much Yule would like to dress up for him. Yule blushes and feels shy because she does not know if she would look good in a maid skirt. Shiki drinks one more jug of beer and he tells his slave girl that he is going to buy her the skirt no matter what. He wants to thank her properly for all the monsters she's been defeating, and on top of that, he also tells the elf girl that she should be more confident in herself. He also mentions that Yule is quite cute the way she is right now, and it boosts her morale. She gains energy and promises her master that she will do her best. But it doesn't look like Shiki is doing too well himself. He instantly passes out and falls to the table, much to everyone's surprise. Yule panics upon seeing this, but Geyser and 8 reassure her that Shiki has just gone to sleep. The next day, our hero curses himself for drinking too much because he has run out of money. This is a problem because Shiki did just promise to buy his slave girl a maid skirt. With no other option, he heads to the labyrinth with her once again and they go straight to the 7th floor. Shiki puts his brain to work and realizes that the monster with the most valuable drop item would be the King of Slimes, who is basically just a giant slime monster. If he defeats it, there's a small chance that the King of Slimes will drop the Slime's crown, which is a popular collector's item. As a matter of fact, it's so popular that it could fetch a price as high as 200,000 zeni. It's a very tempting thought for Shiki, but he does not know if he should risk Yule over here. Sure, she can defeat tons of tiny slime monsters, but the King of Slimes is a whole other ball game. Shiki figures it's too risky, because he does not want the slime boss to hurt Yule and damage her in front of him. Right ahead of Shiki and Yule is the boss room, and the elf girl that she's ready to enter it at any time if it's for her master's sake. She thinks it's just a big slime at the end of the day, but Shiki says that it would not be wise for them to tackle such a boss monster just by themselves. Yule does not argue with her master and comes back to the bar clinic with him. Shiki knows that it would be a great way to earn a lot of cash, especially since his earnings from the clinic are not that high now. However, he's making enough to save for Yule's skirt, so he's happy with himself. Yule asks Shiki if she can go fix her hair for a bit and he allows her to do so. She rushes away and it makes our hero a bit suspicious. But before he can think about it any further, Lulu comes to him and asks him to heal her. Shiki thanks Lulu for her loyalty, but he also mentions that he's expecting her to pay a fair price. However, Lulu doesn't seem too intent on paying her cash to our hero, and says that she wants him to have a look at her injury first. She says this with shady eyes, so what exactly does she have planned for Shiki? The curvy girl just wants him to use his healing powers on her for free in exchange for allowing him to do unspeakable things to her twin hills. She says that she doesn't have a very big injury, but our hero is not interested in the size of the wound. He says that his fee will depend on the kind of spell he will use to cure the injury. Lulu thinks that Shiki is being very cold to her, but of course, our hero is only doing this to trigger a negotiation play between him and Lulu. He also wants to know what Lulu truly feels about him because the cute look on her face back at the labyrinth was not something that she could fake. It's too genuine for a girl like her to act out, so Shiki needs to know if she truly wants him to violate her curvy body. Obviously, he has 2 other things in mind, so he plans to use the negotiation play as an excuse to do as much as he can with these 2 things. He also recalls the last time where he used his healing magic on Lulu but could not act on his intrusive thoughts properly as Elise had walked in on his shady acts. Lulu tries to act cute again and she says that her injury really isn't as big as our hero thinks it is. She tries to give Shiki a closer look at it and our hero's intrusive thoughts start to kick in again. He acts coy for now, but the curvy girl keeps pushing herself closer to him. This makes Shiki wonder if Lulu actually wants to get closer to him because of her own intrusive thoughts. Maybe all of this was just an excuse to come and see him, so Shiki decides there's no point in acting shy and innocent anymore. He can't help his feelings anymore, so he brings Lulu to a private spot which she then covers with the curtains. She holds his hands and brings them close to curvy heaven, but just before Shiki can make his thoughts run wild, his slave girl Yule comes back from her toilet break. She happily declares that she has returned, but what she sees is something that no girl should ever have to see. Shiki is caught in the act and he has no excuse to give his slave girl. Yule is sad and disheartened to see such a lewd act being performed in front of her, and even our hero realizes that he has messed up big time. He has let the negotiation play get the better of him, and now he has found himself in a tough spot with Yule. This was obviously a mistake and he needs to come up with something fast. Otherwise Yule will not be able to recover from this betrayal. After all, his slave girl might just lose her faith in him after seeing such a despicable act in front of her. In an awkward yet hilarious moment, Shiki nervously says that he is in the middle of a very tough treatment. He asks Lulu to play along by asking for her validation on the same. He even says that it's so tough that he has to go and directly touch the two sources of the pain. Our hero hopes that the curvy girl has figured what he's trying to do and he prays to God that she agrees with what he's saying. However, Lulu takes it the completely opposite way and brings her healer boy's hands closer to her twin hills. She even makes a shady face while doing this, and it makes our hero realize that he has lost the battle of deception. As a matter of fact, Lulu takes it to such a point that even someone as shady as Shiki is feeling shy about what she's making him do. Yule has been scarred for life now, and Shiki desperately tries to explain that this is not what it looks like. The slave girl can't take any more of this, so she starts crying and saying that her master has been stolen from her. She cries in extra cute fashion, so Shiki tries to console her. Lulu, on the other hand, had no idea that her actions would cause the elf girl to cry, so she says sorry for acting on her intrusive thoughts. Shiki does his best to keep Yule calm, and then he says sorry for acting like a shady creep. Lulu and Shiki now join forces in order to create the perfect cover story for their lewd acts. The curvy girl says that she was not trying to steal Yule's master away from her, but she was rather just borrowing him for a bit. Shiki goes on to say that what he was doing to Lulu is actually a secret technique called palpation. Of course, these are all lies, but Yule starts to buy into what is being told to her. Shiki sees an opening, so he says that it's a very difficult medical technique, which was why he had to get so close to Lulu. After all, he needed to be sure if there was any other kind of issue within her body. The slave girl calms down for a bit and asks if all of this is actually true. This makes Shiki happy, even though he has to copy such a basic excuse for the sake of his elf girl. It is a deception, but it's for a good cause as per what our hero is thinking. Lulu also gets the vibe of the room, so she asks Yule to take a closer look at her twin hills under Shiki's guidance. Our hero goes on to explain that there is no issue or scratch on her body because he has healed her with the art of palpation. Lulu celebrates and says that Shiki's magic is simply amazing. All of this is more than enough to finally trick Yule into thinking that her master is not a shady creep. She happily runs into Shiki's arms and hugs him because she is glad that it is not as she had imagined. Of course, both Shiki and Lulu are happy that they have managed to trick the innocent elf girl into believing their lie. Our hero tells Lulu that she doesn't need to pay him now because he has to go back home with Yule and he has already redeemed himself by touching what he had been longing to touch for so long. We move to nighttime. But Yule has not said a single word since the shady incident. Shiki notices this and wonders what she is thinking about. Our hero worries that maybe his slave girl has figured out that it was all a lie, but that does not happen to be the case. She suddenly starts saying that something hurts, so Shiki goes up to her to figure out what's going on. Yule says that her body keeps hurting, so our hero uses his healing powers on her instantly. However, his spell does not work on her and she continues to talk about how her chest is feeling tight. Yule mentions that she's been feeling this way ever since she saw her master doing unspeakable things to Lulu. That's when Shiki realizes that Yule is suffering from something that no kind of healing magic can cure. It could be anxiety or even jealousy. But then the slave girl comes up with a request for her master. She asks him to do the exact same thing with her as he was doing to Lulu. Of course, Yule thinks that it's a genuine medical technique called palpation. But Shiki knows that it's far from the truth. He envisions a future where Elise comes to visit him, but not for the kind of activities that he would like to do with her. Yule happily welcomes her into the room, but Elise takes one look at Shiki and places him under arrest for his shady acts. Not only will Shiki be placed behind bars, he will also not be allowed near Yule for 5 years. Of course, the slave girl has no idea what any of this means, but Shiki knows that it's simple justice for what he had done earlier. Luckily, the arresting part is just something that he was imagining in his head, so we're back to reality where Yule asks Shiki once again to do palpation to her. Our hero is hesitant in doing this, so Yule wonders if he wants to do this or not. Of course, he knows the reasons why he can't do such a thing in any way. It's not like he'll be able to cure Yule that way. After all, she has more of a mental block rather than anything else, but at the same time, if he rejects her now, it could be possible that Yule will never get her confidence back again. After some careful thought, Shiki makes a decision and approaches his slave girl. He raises his hands and it looks like he might just give in to his criminally intrusive thoughts. But then our hero redeems himself by grabbing Yule and holding her in his arms like a protective guardian. He asks his slave girl if she remembers what he had told her before about how he can be around her. In his mind, he is obviously thinking that he can do whatever he wants with Elise or Lulu because they are grown women who are able to make their own decisions. However, there is a line that he must never cross with someone like Yule. His only wish is for his cute slave girl to keep smiling, and he realizes that she is behaving this way because of her anxiety. His top priority should be to calm her down, which is exactly what he does when he says that he had promised to stay with her forever. He intends to keep that promise, and his words ease Yule's anxious demeanor. She asks her master that if he is giving her such kind words as a reward for her working so hard, then would he reward her even more if she continues to work hard for him? This is a bit tricky for Shiki to answer, but he knows that he has to ease Yule's mind, so he agrees to reward her if she continues to work hard. This is more than enough to calm Yule down, and she says that she is feeling fine now. With that, the slave girl goes to bed and yet another disaster is averted. Some more time passes by, but our hero is not able to get any sleep. He doesn't know if he has made the right decision by continuing to lead Yule on, so his guilt prevents him from getting any rest. He gets up to check on his slave girl, but to his surprise, she is not there. This is bad news for our hero, so he instantly steps out of the inn and looks around for Yule. She was nowhere to be found inside the inn, so the only other option is to scan the city for her. This is a worrying thought for Shiki because he has no idea where his slave girl could have gone. He asks people in the city if they have seen a dark elf girl, and one of the men points him to a place where she was seen 10 minutes ago. It turns out to be the direction of the labyrinth, and this makes Shiki wonder if Yule has gone into the labyrinth in the middle of the night simply to challenge the slime boss alone by herself. Shiki can't bear to stand the thought of what might happen to Yule, so he quickly rushes to the labyrinth to save his slave girl. However, he does not get to act like a proper hero because he struggles to hold his own against a small chicken monster. He takes cover behind one of the pillars and laments his current state. He is disappointed that he can't even beat such a small monster by himself, but this is not the time to complain, so he heals himself and tries to push his way forward. He knows that he has to stop Yule from attacking the slime boss, but on his way to the boss room, he suddenly falls to the ground after feeling a stinging sensation. Shiki has no idea why this happened, so he takes a look at his legs only to realize that one of them has been gobbled up. There's only one explanation for this, and we see it right after in the form of a giant ant monster. Things are not looking too good for our hero as he lies on the ground with the ant monster approaching him with deadly intention. Shiki knows that he has to make a run for it, but for that, he will need to heal his leg as fast as he can. He tries his best, but time is running out for him, so thinks back to all his current relationships with cute girls. Elise still hates him for his shady acts. Lulu still has not revealed her true feelings for Shiki, and above all, he can't afford to leave Yule alone like this. He uses his ultimate healing move, but it takes too much time and the giant ant monster comes up to him. Shiki braces himself and prepares for the worst. But before anything can happen, he hears a loud slash and sees that the ant has been sliced into two. He hears a voice asking him if he's alright and why he's here alone. That's when he looks up to see that his butt is ate and Geyser have come to his rescue. The men are glad to have saved Shiki in the nick of time. But he looks all messed up. Our hero explains to them that he had woken up to find Yule missing from his room, so he fears that she has gone to fight the boss slime all alone. He is clearly worried for her safety and is feeling very emotional at this time, but Geyser tells him that Yule should be at the bar around this time. This is a massive twist in the tale, and Shiki's hilarious face says it all. He is totally confused, so Geyser repeats himself once again by saying Yule should be at the bar. Shiki loses his mind and grabs Geyser by the collar while hilariously asking him if he's messing around. Geyser explains that it's the truth because our hero was a part of this conversation earlier. He had promised to buy Yule a maid costume just like the ones being worn by the cute waitresses at the bar. Since she liked the idea of wearing the maid costume, she said that she did not want to cause any trouble for her master, so she would work while he would be asleep. Even Shiki had pushed her to do her best. And it all makes sense now to our hero. 8 figures that our hero was drunk when this chat was being had, which is why he looks so lost right now. Geyser can't believe what he's hearing, but Shiki nervously laughs, which means that he actually was too drunk to even realize what his slave girl was saying. As expected, Shiki lets out a huge grunt of frustration. But he only has himself to blame. He bows down to 8 and Geyser and says sorry for causing them trouble in the labyrinth. The boys are fine with helping him out because he was the one who saved them in the first place back when 8 had his own leg cut off. They also say that booze tastes even better after doing something good, so they should head over to the bar. However, they also tell Shiki that he should change his clothes since they look very dirty and ragged. If Yule sees him like this, then she might feel bad about making her master worry. Shiki agrees with this, so he rushes back home and tries to wash his clothes. However, no matter how hard he tries, he is not able to get the stains off his shirt. He decides to hide his clothes and his injuries for the time being. But then Yule suddenly shows up in a cute maid costume. She is shocked to see her master with all his injuries, so she asks him what happened. Naturally, Shiki doesn't want his maid girl to worry, so he says that the stains and blood on his body are not his own but from the monsters he had beaten. Yule knows that he's lying to her because Geyser had told her everything about Shiki going to the labyrinth alone to find her. Our hero figures that Geyser and 8 lost the fight to Booze, which is why they opened their mouths to his maid girl. Yule feels bad about this, so she says sorry for not being prepared to help Shiki. Our hero doesn't want her to feel guilty about this, so he says that it's not her fault at all, since he is alive and well. There is no need to worry and Yule can carry on without feeling bad. The elf girl still feels bad about what has gone down, so she offers to clean her master's body from all the blood and stains. Shiki says that it's fine and he can do it himself because he does not want Yule's maid costume to get dirty. However, she says that she will simply take it off and help her master out. Of course, this is not what our hero was expecting to hear from her, so he quickly turns around and has to face a rather awkward situation. She goes on to say that she is very thankful to her master for showing his concern towards her, but the only thing on our hero's mind is to avoid letting his intrusive thoughts take over. Yule goes on to say that she was really worried for Shiki, especially after hearing what all he had done to go look for her. He is now injured because of that, so the slave girl does feel bad about it, but she is actually very happy to see how much Shiki cares for her. After all, he did just risk his life to go find her despite knowing that he would not stand a chance against the monster in the labyrinth. Yule hugs her master out of love and affection, so it makes for a very wholesome moment. This makes Shiki also realize that his efforts did not go to waste, especially now that he and Yule have become like family. They make a promise to each other not to visit the labyrinth alone ever again. A few days pass by since this incident, and it looks like our hero is getting along well with his maid girl. We see Yule dressing up into her maid outfit, and she likes it a lot. Shiki even calls her cute, which makes her feel much happier about it. Now, Yule starts working as a waitress at the bar, and it helps keep her busy throughout the day. Of course, this would keep the elf girl busy, so Shiki started worrying about her sleeping hours. He ends up going to the bar and has a word with them in order to change Yule's timings. Shiki gets his way, and with that, the whole waitress incident comes to a happy close for him. Now that Yule has started working, Shiki likes to listen to her stories about work, so it becomes like a daily routine for the both of them. One day, the topic turns out to be about a new waitress with whom Yule wishes to get along. She begins to talk about this person and we learn that she is facing some kind of financial problems. It turns out that she has some kind of clinic, but she does not have enough money to make it run, which is why she had to sell her house. Seeing her in such a state made the bar people worry for her, so they ended up asking her to work with them in order to make some extra cash. Of course, this is a sad story and no one should deserve such a life. However, it looks like Shiki has heard this story before, so he asks Yule for the name of this waitress. In a shocking turn of events, we learn that this waitress is none other than Elise herself. This is exactly why our hero felt he was hearing a familiar story, and now he has no other option but to meet her again. Yule calls Elise over to her place and introduces her to Shiki as her master. As expected, the curvy babe greets her past employee with a neutral expression, and it makes things awkward for our hero. Elise says that Yule keeps singing praises about her master, so she wanted to come over and see what kind of person he is. She had actually expected to meet a saint, but it only happens to be the shady Shiki. Yule is surprised to see that Elise and her master know each other from earlier, but our hero wants to talk about something else. He clenches his fist and goes on to tell Elise that Yule told him about the issues she was facing with her clinic. We learn that the curvy babe had put her clinic on auction around a week ago, so it might be too late, but he would still like to be of use to her. Shiki tells Elise that she just needs to ask for his help and he'll do whatever would be needed from his end. Of course, this is a calculated move from his end because Elise had helped him out when he was alone in this world. However, it's not just about him wanting to be liked, as his feelings for Elise are true. What she gave him was much more than just a night's stay and a meal, so he genuinely wants to be there for her during her time of need. Elise says that she had debts even before Shiki had come along, so the fact that he gave discounts in exchange for doing unspeakable things to cute girls had angered her. On top of that, Shiki peeking in on Elise while she would bathe also set her off, but she could never run away from her problems. Shiki feels bad after hearing this, so he tries to offer a solution to Elise, but she continues to talk about her situation. It turns out that she has a little sister who is studying in the capital so that she can become a night girl. In order to make this dream of hers come true, Elise had borrowed money from some other people. This allowed her to pay for her sister's tuition fees and living expenses, which she would happily do again because the only family she has is her little sister. At the end of the day, this is Elise's problem, so she can't involve Shiki in it. Of course, our hero is not just going to stand there and watch Elise suffer, so he confirms that the clinic she has put on auction is actually her home. He asks the curvy babe how much money she has borrowed, so that he can pay off her debts with his own money. However, Elise simply smiles at him and says that she had already made her decision to sell the clinic a long time ago. She says she has come to terms with her situation and has no regrets about what she's done. With that, Elise leaves the room, but Shiki can sense that she is lying to him. There are tears in her eyes as she exits the room, so it's clear that she does have regrets. Seeing Elise cry is a rather unpleasant sight, so our hero feels guilty for not being able to help her out. Yule also tells her master that Elise had lost her parents a few years ago in an accident, so she would also like to be of help to her. The fact that she is willing to sell the clinic for her sister is a big deal, because that home is the only place where she still has memories of her parents. This should be obvious to Shiki, since Elise only has her sister as her family, but he was oblivious to this fact, which makes him feel angry with himself. Even now, it's as if he doesn't even know who Elise is. Shiki has a dejected look on his face. So Yule wants to know if something is up. He simply says that it's time for them to go to the labyrinth, because he has a plan. The labyrinth is known for being a place filled with monsters and demons, but more importantly, it is also a treasure house filled with riches. Shiki believes that these riches will help him win Elise's clinic back and also pay off whatever debts are due from her. He tells Yule that this will be their new mission, and she is ready to help him on this mission. It's time for a flashback, because when he recalls the time he was reincarnated into this world, Shiki can only think about Elise showing him kindness. As a matter of fact, it's the only reason why he was able to live here in the first place. We see Shiki bowing down to Elise and begging her to let him work at her clinic. Normally, she would feel a bit suspicious about this because a strange boy has appeared out of nowhere and is now asking her for a huge favor. Despite that, Elise had only one thing on her mind, and it was the wound that was hurting our hero. We learned that it's the same wound that had come from his time on Earth where he was stabbed by a random man for no good reason. The injury had traveled with him all the way to this new life, so it makes him wonder how reincarnation really works. Elise sits next to him and says that she will use a healing spell to cure his wound. She just needs some time to focus, but Shiki still has no idea what she means by the word heal. However, he soon realizes how important such a thing is when he says the word heal and then he automatically heals his wound. Elise is amazed to see how powerful he is because he has just used an insane amount of healing magic in front of her. We notice that he had unleashed a massive amount of light energy even though he has just used a simple spell. This is because he had no control over his healing powers back then. This is how he ended up as a staff member in Elise's clinic and also how he started his life as a healer in another world. If it comes to why he went to such an extent to work under Elise, he reveals that he only had her curvy body in mind as he had fallen in love with her twin peaks. Our hero lets his intrusive thoughts take over once again, but then Yule brings him back to his senses by shouting out his name. She reaffirms the fact that if they want to buy Elise's clinic back from the original auction winner, then they will need to go to the labyrinth and earn as much money as they can. In order to do this, they will need to defeat as many monsters as possible, so Yule says that Shiki can leave the fighting up to her. Shiki says that he actually has a genius plan to sort the whole thing out, so his slave girl asks what it might be. He reveals that his trump card is the massive drop item from the 7th floor boss, Huge Slime. From what he has heard, the drop item is a crown, and it is very rare, so if they can collect it, then they can end up selling it as well. This should be more than enough to sort out the house for Elise. But then Yule reminds Shiki that he had told her the two of them would not be enough to defeat the slime boss. That's when our hero realizes that he had indeed said this, so his whole plan was a bit too hasty. He does admit that the two of them should not risk taking on such a dangerous boss monster, so he needs to come up with a plan for it. Shiki turns on hero mode and says that he will get more people to fight the slime boss and challenge it with his numbers. After all, anything can be achieved when humans work together towards a common goal. Even though he has just said this, Shiki also realizes that in order to hire a team of fighters, he will need to pay them for their services. Even if he has luck on his side and they end up winning the crown, there will be too many people to split the reward with, and that will amount to almost nothing for them. Shiki sits down on the table and is under some stress because Elise's house is going under auction in just 6 days. If he has to be equipped for this, then he will need at least 600,000 Zen dollars in his pocket. It's a tough spot for him, as he knows he won't be able to make this much cash from his clinic, so he needs to try something else. Our hero even considers betting all his savings at the casino den on the outskirts of the city, but that could be a huge risk for him to take. Ewell can see that her master is worried, so she asks him if all is well. Shiki realizes that he might be pushing himself too hard right now, so it would be a good idea for him to take a break for a bit. He goes outside and Ewell says that she will get him some water to refresh his mind. As he waits outside, Shiki hears a familiar voice, so he lifts his head and sees Sarah, who is one of the girls from Lulu's party. They greet each other and Sira says that it's been a while, but our hero can only gaze at her twin peaks. His intrusive thoughts take over once again, but before he can violate Sira in his head, the grumpy girl Fran shows up and tells him not to look at Sira with shady eyes. Shiki remembers her well due to her arrogant behavior, and Fran only proves this point when she threatens to set him on fire with her flame magic. This is a totally savage move from her end, so Shiki stops thinking about Sira and looks for Lulu. He can't see her anywhere, so he wonders if she is still feeling awkward about seeing him ever since their shady incident at the bar. Luckily for him, Sira chimes in and tells Fran to behave herself since she is the reason they are here today. Shiki is saved thanks to the curvy babe, but Fran says that Sira and Lulu are always blaming her for their own needs. Our hero doesn't have time to mess around, so he asks the girls what they are here for. Sira reveals that his healing powers have become quite famous in the city, and news of his abilities have been spreading everywhere. Lately, people have been talking about how he has the power to even restore a lost limb. Shiki can only nod in approval, but he knows that the men responsible for spreading this information are 8 and Geyser. They clearly can't keep a lid after booze enters their bodies, so there's not much that Shiki can do about it. He tells the girls that he would prefer not to be famous since that comes with its own set of problems. However, Sira says that Lulu has been in his care quite a few times, so it must be fate that they have met each other once more. Basically, the girls have a quest for our hero and he can sense trouble right from the looks of it. The curvy babe says that she would like Shiki to join the subjugation force, which happens to pay well for serving them. Shiki takes a look at the prize money, and it's not bad, but at the same time, it's not enough to pay for Elise's home. With no other choice, Shiki has to say no to the girls, and they have to accept his decision. Sira does ask him to let her know if he ever changes his mind because her squad is in desperate need of healers. However, this makes Shiki wonder why Sira is asking for such a favor. Guarding the surroundings of the city is supposed to be the job of knights and not adventurers. Our hero then suspects that Sira and Fran might actually have some kind of connection with the knights of the city. Now that he's curious, he tells the girls that he'll think about it. As of now, the only thing on his mind is Elise's clinic, so that takes priority for him. He needs to gather a team of adventurers to help him out on this mission, and he also needs to find a way to get their assistance for free. Fran does not like the fact that her team has been rejected by Shiki, so she tells Sira that they don't need his powers anyway. She feels that she can beat any monster without needing to be healed, so Sira is worrying about nothing at all. She does admit that Shiki has the power to restore a lost limb, but his fees are too high for normal people to afford. The flat girl even goes on to say that Shiki must be acting like a shady creep with girls who can't pay for his services. She accuses our hero of making cute girls pay with their bodies to avail his healing services, so Sira tells her that she is being very rude to him. It's a hilarious moment as Shiki feels that such an accusation is too much even for him. He does admit that his intrusive thoughts are always out of control, but he does take care not to do shady things around Yule. However, the thought of having a curvy babe like Sira pay him with her body makes him excited, so he holds Sira's hands like a suspicious fellow. Naturally, Fran does not appreciate this kind of behavior, so she gives our hero a taste of her mind. Later, Shiki comes back home to Yule, but he seems to have some new kind of hairstyle. Yule panics upon seeing him and asks what happened to his hair, but our hero can't reveal that he was attacked by the flat girl's fire moves. He simply says that he found a way to earn money, and his head blew up due to how amazing it was. The innocent Yule believes every word that her master says, which means that she now thinks having a good idea will lead the head to blow up and cause a change in the hairstyle. Of course, there's no way such a thing would happen, but Shiki has no other choice but to lie to her. Luckily, he's a healer, so he doesn't need to worry about the injuries, but for now, he wants to find 8 and act out his plan. First of all, Yule rushes to get her master a comb, and then he goes to 8 and Geyser. He tells 8 that he wants to gather all the adventurers who have lost their limbs to a giant ant monster. 8 does not get why Shiki is asking for such a thing, and Geyser asks him if he's trying to get more customers. That's when our hero calls them out for spreading the word about his healing powers even though he had asked them not to do so. He uses this as leverage and tells the boys that he has now gotten into some trouble because they could not keep their mouths shut. Of course, this is just a bluff, but it manages to get the job done as the boys promise never to mess up again. They also agree to do what Shiki is asking them for, but 8 says that the ones who have been wounded do not have the money to pay for his healing. That's when we realize that this was what our hero meant when he thought about paying with one's body. Yule also marvels at her master's genius, and then we see a whole gang of injured adventurers in front of our hero. He tells them that he will heal all of their wounds, but he will not accept money as a form of payment. Instead, he wants them to follow his orders for a whole day, and they agree to his deal. Shiki takes a look at all the men he has gathered, and they seem to fit with the battle plan he has in his mind. The warriors want to know why he has such a specific battle plan in mind. so he says that he wants to be prepared to take on the boss slime. Now, our hero and his army of adventurers make it to the 7th floor where they come up against the giant slime beast. Shiki tells his men that he's counting on them because they are up against a meat shield which can heal itself no matter how many times it falls. The warriors are ready to do anything because they have gotten their legs back, which is a huge deal. They even think that this is too good to be true, but Shiki reassures them that he's a man of his word and will take their service as his payment. Now, he hears a sweet voice from behind which asks him to remember his promise to her. It turns out to be Sira, who has also come with Fran to help him out with this mission. We learn that our hero has promised to join their subjugation force in exchange for them coming here to take down the slime boss. After all, Shiki needs a long-range attacker, so the girls make a good fit for the job. Fran maintains that the only reason she's here is to protect Sira from Shiki's intrusive thoughts, but the curvy babe tells her to mind her manners. There's simply no way for our hero to impress the flat girl, but she's here on a mission, so she decides to be done with it as soon as she can. Shiki promises that he will make Fran's grumpy face show some shameful expressions one day, but Yule snaps him out of his vengeful fantasy and informs him that the giant slime is coming for him. With that, everyone takes their position and prepares for an epic battle. An intense encounter follows, and Fran decides to take the lead with her fireball attack. She manages to land a direct hit on the slime boss and its body becomes exposed. Shiki can see the core, which means that it's the right time to strike. He calls out to Yule, so she springs into action and cuts through the slime monster's body extensions. It's a tough fight, but our hero is glad to have been able to gather a team of adventurers to get this job done. After all, he couldn't afford to hire a team, so he used his healing powers to get a team to work for him. He is also glad to have cracked a deal with the cute and curvy Sira, although Fran has come along as an extra. It truly is like a win-win scenario, as our hero has managed to succeed by paying with his own body. The main condition is that all the drops made by the slime boss will belong to him, and after the beast is defeated, we can see the rare slime crown falling to the ground. Yule is excited to see this crown, so she tells her master that they have done it. They've got the first one, which costs around 200,000 Zen dollars. The plan is to gather at least 5 of these by the end of the day so that Shiki can have enough cash in hand to buy Elise's house. If there is any flaw in the strategy, it is that our hero and his team are at the mercy of the number of slime bosses that can appear in one day. However, Shiki is confident in himself because he has done enough good deeds by healing so many adventurers. Today also happens to be the 7th day since he has enforced the rule where he cannot release anything from his elephant's trunk. That's why Shiki has named this day as the Lucky 7. Of course, this is not like some massive sacrifice, but if we were to consider how shady Shiki is, then it's a big deal for him. It's a massive sense of devotion from our hero, so he hopes that God is looking at him and takes everything into consideration while rewarding him for his efforts. Since his team has done such a good job, he urges them to continue with the hunt because Elise's auction is happening the next day. Luck is all that Shiki can count on for now, but from the looks of it, he seems to be sorted. The fireballs and the ultimate healing moves continue as time continues to pass, and eventually, the day finally comes to an end. Now, we move to the day of the auction, and it looks like Elise's clinic has already found a buyer. She learns that her home has sold for a massive amount of 1.5 million Zen dollars, but the money does not matter to her at all. She becomes emotional because she has to say goodbye to the legacy of her family, but she tries to fight back the tears. Suddenly, she finds Shiki waiting for her almost in a heroic manner, so she asks him what brings him here. Our hero says that he heard the auction ended, so he asks Elise if she has decided where she wants to work. She has not made a decision just yet, but she feels like she will be able to get by for a while thanks to her earnings from the clinic. Now, Shiki decides to do the big reveal, so he brings out a piece of paper and asks Elise to look at it. She is a bit confused by this behavior, but then she notices a symbol on the paper which states that it is a proof of ownership of her clinic. This is when our hero declares that he has won the auction, so he is the rightful owner of her clinic now. Elise is at a loss for words, and this is exactly what Shiki wanted to see. He feels very proud of himself and starts a fantasy where Elise falls in love with him. After all, he got the rare items, then he got the clinic, and now he should get the girl as well. Naturally, Shiki feels that Elise is going to run into his arms and show her gratitude with her curvy body. This means that our hero has paid off his debt to Elise and can also start his harem with her and Yule. Now, Shiki opens up his arms and expects Elise to run into them, but he is met with a rather harsh reaction. Elise doesn't say thanks or anything, but she rather asks Shiki how he was able to do this, especially since he was broke the other day. It causes a rather awkward moment for our hero as he is just standing there with his arms wide open like a fool. He does not know how to react to Elise, and wonders why she is not happy with him. Elise realizes that she's being ungrateful, so she walks away and says sorry for acting weird with Shiki. This leads our hero to wonder if Elise hates him so much that she won't even care about such a big sacrifice. He then believes that she could be frustrated at him because of how quickly he was able to accumulate all this cash. After all, the curvy babe had put in so much work and still could not pay off her debts, while Shiki managed to do it in effectively one day. Our hero figures that Elise needs to be alone for a while, so he lets Het get some space. He comes back home to see Yule fast asleep in bed, and he thinks of another reward to give her since she worked so hard today. He also remembers that he had dirtied his clothes the one day he had gone to the labyrinth all by himself. Since he has a new set of clothes now, it is a good time to throw the stained ones away. Shiki picks them up and is ready to get rid of them as he walks towards the public trash can, which is behind the inn. Just as he is about to throw his clothes away, he hears a voice calling out to him, and it is none other than Elise. She can see that the clothes in our hero's hands are stained with blood, so she thinks that he has hurt himself while trying to get her the clinic. Elise reveals that she had assumed Shiki had just come across some magical tools which were of high value, but for him to take so much damage for her is a very big deal. Of course, this is not the truth, because Shiki had done this for Yule and not for Elise. However, he chooses not to reveal this to the curvy babe because he realizes that she has misunderstood the situation. While it is true that Shiki has done something amazing for Elise, he still had an army of adventurers keeping him safe, so he did not risk his life in the way that Elise is assuming. Keeping this in mind, our hero figures that it would be better to let her believe this lie because her feelings of affection towards him have increased. Now, Elise asks Shiki why he would do such a thing for her, so he replies by saying he wanted to repay her kindness. As expected, this blows Elise away and she has tears in her eyes once again. She calls Shiki a fool, but that is only because she is happy with him. Of course, his shady intentions come out and he feels that this is the right time to strike. Shiki says that he wants to turn over a new leaf with Elise, especially because of how he had been with her when he was working at the clinic. He states that he now knows his actions were childish and irresponsible, especially since he did not know how much Elise was suffering at the time. He considers himself to be part of the reason why she lost her clinic, which is why he has made sure to win it back for her as well. He then bends the knee for Elise and presents the ownership document to her. Shiki asks Elise if she would be so kind as to take her clinic back from him and feels like he's nailed it as a hero. Now, it's time for Elise to tell the truth about how she feels for Shiki, so she reveals that she had seen glimpses of her father in him when she first saw his healing powers. After all, her father was also a healer, so to see Shiki display his soft side made her feel as if she was with someone she knew. However, since his intrusive thoughts would be on display all the time, she could never forgive him for being that way. Luckily, the curvy babe has now come to realize that Shiki is just a shady boy and not her father. Our hero knows that it's still not an excuse for doing unspeakable things to cute girls, but he decides to play along for now since Elise is clearly in the mood. Now that it is all out in the open, Elise decides to hug Shiki and she thanks him for saving her home. The curvy babe is now in our hero's arms, so he makes the most of this chance to hold her body close to his. After all, this is the best possible way for him to feel her twin peaks. Elise can figure that our hero has given into his intrusive thoughts, so she allows him to enter demon mode as he can't be helped. Shiki feels like he can finally make something happen right now. All this time, Elise would never even let him close to her, let alone touch her, but today is a different day. Shiki prays to God that Yule sleeps a bit longer in her bed because now he and Elise are going to do unspeakable things with each other. Our hero decides to risk it all and he leans in for a kiss to kick off his new romance. However, it's at this very moment where all his dreams come crashing down on him. He and Elise get interrupted by two drunk men who are on their way either to the bar or from the bar. What matters is that they call out our hero for getting romantic with the curvy babe. As expected, these men are none other than Isekai'd and Geyser, both of whom tease Shiki and say that he should not get too excited around Elise. What's worse is that they also reveal how Shiki was able to pay for the clinic. They blurt out how he sold the slime boss crowns to get the cash and even ask him to invite them the next time he plans such a mission. After all, they need to hold the front line while he just keeps healing them from the back. Isekai'd and Geyser leave after causing enough damage to leave Shiki scared for life. Our hero is speechless, and we can see that Elise is definitely not blushing anymore. She asks him if he actually did end up selling the slime boss crowns for money and also whether he did all this while hiding behind the backs of others. Shiki tries to play it off as a harmless joke, but the look on Elise's face says a whole other story, so he immediately drops his head to the ground and says sorry for the terrible misunderstanding. Now that he has been exposed, he has no other option but to spit out the truth, otherwise he will be doomed. He goes on to say that his dirty clothes have nothing to do with the curvy babe and all he did was take advantage of the situation to grow her feelings of affection towards him. He is awaiting the worst possible punishment that can be inflicted upon him. But Elise simply says that all his apologies were for nothing. It's not because she's upset with him, but rather because he has nothing to say sorry for. Shiki doesn't quite get this, so he asks Elise if she has lost so much faith in him that she does not even expect him to apologize for his actions. He also asks the curvy babe if she does not want to have anything to do with him ever again. However, to his shock and surprise, Elise offers him her hand and says that she gets it because he had done all of this out of consideration for her. At the end of the day, Shiki put in his best efforts to make this happen, and it was all for her sake. If he had not put in the effort to gather a team and defeat the slime bosses, then Elise would not have her clinic again. This actually leads to a romantic moment between the both of them, which is not born out of deception or intrusive thoughts. Shiki is pleased to see how Elise is behaving, so he asks her to head back home with him. This is because Yule must be waiting for them and he doesn't want to make her impatient. After that, they can also go to their clinic once again. It looks like Shiki has done the right thing for now, but will he act shady with Elise yet again? Also, if Elise is now on his team, then how is Yule going to feel about it? Most importantly, where is Lulu in the middle of this whole harem situation? Like, share, and subscribe if you liked this video. Hit the bell icon to get notified when I upload part 3. See you soon. Our hero Shiki has been reincarnated into another world as a healer, but he keeps finding himself in trouble, especially when it comes to curvy girls. However, he has some kind of stability now, as he was able to get back on good terms with his ex-boss Elise, and is still loved by his slave girl Yule. However, his journey will only continue to get more intense as time passes by. As of now, we know that Shiki was able to use the power of money to get Elise into his favor again. Yule has noticed this, and she feels worried because Elise has a curvy body with extremely massive twin peaks. In comparison, the slave girl is a flat table, so she feels she will lose out to Elise in the race to win Shiki's heart. She curses Elise's twin peaks once again and imagines Elise taunting her with her melons by saying she will make Shiki fall in love with her in no time. Of course, Yule fights back by saying Elise's body does not hold a candle to the relation she shares with her master. Now we come back to reality where Yule is told that she and Shiki will be moving to the clinic that he just bought for Elise. Since she used to own this place, the three of them will be living together from now on. The slave girl takes a look at her new home and is amazed to see how big it is compared to the inn room she was in before. Yule asks Shiki about his mini clinic at the bar, so he says that he will be working at the main clinic from now on. Keeping that in mind, he will reduce the number of appointments at the bar clinic, but also remembers that he will need to inform the bar master about it. Now, some time passes by, and even though Yule and Elise don't know each other that well, the slave girl grows closer to the curvy babe. It may be sudden, but at least Yule has a new friend now. She even looks at Elise's twin peaks differently now and imagines yet another chat wherein Elise says sorry to her for causing a mess. Of course, she does not have a problem with that anymore, because she is ready to follow whatever Shiki says to her. Elise tells Yule that from now on, she will sleep in the same room as her, but this is not something that she wants to do. After all, Yule likes to be in the same bed as her master, but Elise says that she can't keep doing that forever. She also says that even though nothing has happened till now, there is no telling when Shiki will act on his intrusive thoughts and do the unthinkable. Of course, this is a hilarious moment because our hero would never do such a thing to his slave girl. Elise tells Yule that there are a lot of empty beds in this clinic, so she can choose to sleep wherever she likes. Shiki agrees with this, even though he feels that Elise thinks of him as too much of a shady man. Then again, he admits that the stimulus his elephant gets simply from the presence of another girl could lead to more awkward situations like the one he had not too long ago. Despite these words, Yule is still not convinced about sleeping alone, so our hero tells her that if she feels lonely, then she can sleep with Elise as well. However, she takes this the wrong way and tells the curvy babe that Shiki had promised to embrace her when she would come to be of age. Due to this, there should be no problem with the two of them sharing a bed with each other. Of course, this leads to yet another odd situation where Shiki finds himself in trouble. Elise wants to make sure she heard this correctly, so she asks Yule to confirm these words. She then looks at our hero and asks him to explain this, but judging by her face, Shiki can tell that she is very angry right now. Of course, this is not jealousy or anything like that, because it's in Elise's nature to be strict in such matters. After all, Yule is a very young girl, so she needs to be kept safe at all costs. Elise holds the slave girl and calls out Shiki for promising such a vile thing to Yule. Promising to embrace someone when they come of age is not exactly heroic behavior, so Elise continues to get angrier. Shiki can feel that Elise is looking at him like some kind of filth who had tricked an innocent slave girl to become a tool for his shady intentions. After all that Shiki has been through to make Elise like him again, he can't afford to have her hate him over something that is not even true. He asks the curvy babe to give him a chance to explain himself, and then he says that while he did promise such a thing to Yule, it was only to avoid hurting her feelings, as she is currently growing through a phase of adulthood. He had actually imagined himself to be a kind man while he said this, so it all turns out to be one big misunderstanding. Of course, this breaks Yule's heart, so she looks at her master with tears in her eyes to confirm what he just said to her. Our hero can't see Yule in this condition, so he says that was not the case, but now he ends up annoying Elise, who questions his intrusive thoughts. It's neither here nor there for our hero, so he takes a moment to collect himself. He needs to come up with a way to get out of this tricky situation. But he needs to be careful because he is risking the feelings of two girls over here. He tries a desperate attempt to flatter Elise by calling her a beauty, but she says that he is not fooling anyone with his fake compliments. Since he has no other option, Shiki pats Yule on the head and tells Elise that it is a complex scenario that he can't explain for now. Yule becomes happy when her master shows her affection, so Elise can see that the slave girl is really fond of him. Keeping this in mind, she agrees to let Shiki off the hook for now, so he can breathe a sigh of relief. However, Elise still maintains that sharing a bed with another man is not proper for a girl, unless she is married to him. She asks Yule to sleep with her instead if she is feeling lonely, but the slave girl does not seem to want this at all. She shows hesitation and Shiki notices this, so he wonders why Yule is being so resistant to such an idea. After all, she has never been selfish about anything even once up until this point. Elise is only saying these things because she cares for Yule, and to her, the slave girl wanting to be in bed with her master is an act of defiance. Yule must have realized this, which is why she is being so timid and bothered right now. The slave girl is unable to talk back to Elise, and she even has tears in her eyes, so our hero has had enough of this show. He calls himself a fool for just standing there and doing nothing at all for his slave girl. She is making such a sad face that anyone would want to cheer her up. So Shiki forgets everything else and tells her that he is sorry for making her feel this way. He says that they can sleep in the same bed for as long as she likes, even if it is forever. And then he hugs his slave girl to offer some comfort. Yule is pleased to hear this and calls out to her master for granting her wish. Now, Shiki tells Elise that she should allow this because there is nothing shady going on at all. She says it's fine as long as Yule is okay with it. But in this case, she will also join them. Now, this gets our hero's intrusive thoughts racing, because he thinks this is his chance to get lucky with Elise. However, when she said this, she meant sleeping in the same room, but in a different bed. This is a bummer for Shiki, because he had already imagined what all he was going to do with her after Yule would go to sleep. He does know that Elise is not the type who will open her heart to someone so easily, despite what happened back when they had their misunderstanding about the clinic. Since then, she has regained her composure and is back to the Elise that he knew. Having said that, this is the first time they are sleeping in the same room together, so that does count for something. Shiki frankly believes that their relationship has taken a step forward due to this. After all, he would hate to be kicked out of the clinic once again, so he makes a promise not to act shady with her twin peaks when she is asleep, and he is coming back from the toilet. Our hero means it this time, because he is a role model for Yule and can't afford to have her perception broken. The next day, Elise bakes some cookies for Shiki and Yule, so they happily accept the treat and enjoy it. Afternoon arrives with a clear sky and Elise's clinic should be open for business now, or at least that is what Shiki would like to say. The truth of the matter is that there is not a single patient who has come here ever since it reopened. Of course, our hero is worried about this, but Elise and Yule are only bothered about how tasty the cookie is. It could be that the patients have stopped coming after hearing the news of the clinic closing down. But Elise had written letters to all of her regulars to inform them about the clinic. If things are going to continue this way, then Shiki and Elise will just find themselves in the same position once again. Our hero feels that he should try to bring some patients from the town, so he tells Elise that he and Yule are going to the city to shop for some supplies. He also says that he'll advertise the clinic to the adventurers he knows in the town, so Elise cheers him on. Shiki does tell the bar master to inform Lulu and the others about him moving to Elise's clinic, but the main problem with this is the fact that the clinic is too far away from the labyrinth. Anyway, Shiki asks Yule if there's anything that she would like to buy, because she has earned a salary for all the work that she's put in so far. She's free to spend it as she likes, so she says that she will go to a store that has caught her attention. However, this is not your regular kind of store, because it deals in shady clothes that are used for unspeakable acts. Yule blushes and tells her master that she would like to buy one of the dresses on display, but he says that these clothes are for adults and not children like her. This is bad news for Shiki because he is attracting a lot of unwanted attention, as the women from around the area look at him as a shady man. Our hero then redirects Yule's attention to more suitable garments that would suit someone like her. He is ready to pay for these clothes as well, so he tries to suggest a few to his slave girl. After going through some options and trying his best to convince Yule to not go the shady way forward, our hero believes that maybe his slave girl just wants to try on something a bit different when compared to the rest. However, his efforts are of no use, as the item that Yule chooses is a bit too extreme, even for some adults. She asks her master if she looks good with it, but is also confused as to why it has an opening in the middle. Shiki needs to act fast, because things will only get worse for him if this continues in public. The women continue to look at our hero as a shady man, so he laments the fact that he can't explain to them how he's Yule's guardian in reality. He asks his slave girl why she keeps choosing the items that are risky, so she says that it's all because of Geyser. It turns out that he had told Yule to wear such clothes if she wanted to get closer to her master. Of course, this was the wrong kind of advice, but Geyser is drunk all the time, so Shiki tells Yule never to listen to anything he says ever again. After an awkward session, Yule gets what she wants, so Shiki tries to get away from the scene as fast as he can. However, his slave girl says that there is one more shop that she would like to go to. Shiki hopes that it's not some other twisted fantasy shop like the earlier one, but luckily it just happens to be an equipment store. There is no odd item in sight, so our hero can step inside without any fear or doubt. Now, Yule brings his attention to some kind of bracelet, which she says is a special magical tool that can help you get your life back after getting struck by a finisher move. She gives it to her master and asks him to think of this bracelet as a good luck charm. Shiki thanks her for the gift, but he knows that it's a bit too expensive judging from its abilities. He asks his slave girl if she is sure about this, because she will have to spend all of her salary on it. She gives her master a sweet smile and says that she wanted to get him a present anyway, so it's fine. Our hero is blown away by how nice and selfless Yule is, so he asks the shop owner if there is another bracelet with a different color. At first, Yule is a bit worried because she thinks that Shiki did not like the one that she chose for him. But it turns out that he has bought one more bracelet for her as well. Our hero gives his slave girl the life bracelet and tells her that they now have a matching pair, so it makes her very happy. Now we move to the clinic at night, where Shiki thinks about the purchase that he just made for Yule. Of course, he felt bad that he was the only one to get something, which is why he ended up buying a life bracelet for Yule as well. Now our hero performs an appraisal and brings out his stats bar for some analysis. He scans the bracelet and learns that it is a protective tool which indeed has the ability to counter a finisher move capable of taking a person's life. Since it can only be used one time, the bracelet will break after getting the job done. Shiki knows that Yule will get sad if her gift to him were ever to break, so he hopes that such a day should never come. Suddenly, there is someone coming into the clinic, so our hero wonders who it could be. Elise shows up and says that it could be a patient with an emergency case. Shiki decides to go take a look, and he sees that it's none other than Lulu who has come with her girlfriends, Fran and Syrah. They don't look like they're doing too well, so Elise has to get to work instantly. She uses her healing powers on Fran and Syrah, so they're doing fine for now. But the only thing that's on Shiki's mind is the last time he and Lulu saw each other at this clinic. It was when he let his intrusive thoughts win, which had led to him getting kicked out in the first place, so he'd rather not think about it. Also, since this looks like a serious job, our hero makes sure to tell Lulu that she is not going to get any discount this time. Lulu instantly says that she will pay the fee without any discount because she is worried for her friends. As a matter of fact, she is ready to even pay an extra fee if that is what it takes to get Fran and Syrah back to their healthy conditions. Our hero figures that she would not mind paying for saving her girlfriends, so it makes sense for her to be so agreeable. After all, when he had healed Fran the last time, Lulu had paid him the full amount because she did not even want her to have Scar. Since Lulu is such a good friend, Elise does not have any intention of charging her a higher amount than what she usually does. However, it would help if she knew what exactly led to the girls getting into this state. This will help her understand what could be the cause of the injuries, which will in turn help her come up with the remedy. Now, Lulu decides to take us to a flashback where she says she and her friends had finished taking care of some kobold monsters outside of town. She and the girls wanted to come back to town just before it got dark, but then something bad happened. Shiki does not understand why the girls were taking care of such monsters, so Lulu explains that their numbers had been increasing by a lot off late. Since the nest was getting too big for anyone's liking, the guild had started posting more requests for this particular job. Now, Lulu continues her story and states that some more kobold monsters had showed up while they were on their way back. In the middle of this chase, Lulu had gotten separated from Fran and Syrah, but they were still able to regroup as the sun started to set. However, by this time the other girls were in a pretty bad state, so it could be that something had happened to them while they were separated from Lulu. Shiki thinks that the girls may have picked up some strange kind of mushroom and eaten it, but that is quite wrong. Elise thinks that this could be the work of a monster, so she asks our hero to go get some documents. In the meantime, she will continue to work on the girls, so Shiki gets going. Since the clinic is located close to the town's outskirts, that would mean that it's easier for adventurers from the outside to drop by. Since there are lots of kobold monsters showing up, this could mean that Shiki and Elise will get a lot more clients now. Having said that, the increasing number of monsters is not a good thing at all, so what's really important is to figure out why it's happening in the first place. After some running around, our hero comes back with the documents that Elise had asked for, but to his surprise, he sees both Elise and Lulu are working on Fran and Syrah. They ask him to wait outside, because they have to inspect Syrah's curvy body and Fran's flat table. Of course, such a sight would awaken anyone's intrusive thoughts. But to our surprise, Shiki simply gives the girls a thumbs up and tells them to carry on. However, he does not intend on waiting outside, because he would like to see how things continue from this point forward. Elise and Lulu try to explain what they are doing by saying it is a routine method to check if the girls are suffocating. Lulu once again asks our hero to look the other way because they are going to see some twin peaks. As expected, Shiki says that he needs to be present here because he also needs to find out how Fran and Syrah got to this condition. Elise does not have time to waste, so she gives our hero the look of death, after which he decides to turn the other way. He does mention that the curvy babe's twin peaks also look like they are suffocating underneath her clothes, almost as if they are about to burst open. After analyzing the marks on their bodies, Elise states that Fran and Syrah have been poisoned by a monster. The curvy babe then asks our hero for the documents that he just brought, because she needs to use them as reference for the poison patterns. It turns out that the culprit behind this is the Isekai'd turtle, which is a big monster known for being able to release a poisonous fog. Judging from the patterns, it just has to be the turtle monster, and Shiki also seems to recognize this name from somewhere. This is when he recalls the time when Sira had shown him a subjugation request. The turtle monster's name was written on that form, and now our hero puts 2 and 2 together. The recent rise in kobold monsters is because of the Isekai'd turtle releasing its poisonous fogs neath the town. Shiki can get rid of this issue by using his dispoison method, so he asks Elise and Lulu to step aside for now. He then takes a look at Fran, who is still under the effects of the poison fog. Shiki remembers that the flat girl kept being mean to him ever since they first met each other, so this is a chance for him to make her feel indebted to him. He unleashes his healing powers and instantly cures both Sira as well as Fran, much to Lulu's joy. She hugs her friends with relief, and then Sira thanks Elise and Shiki for helping them out. Of course, Fran still has a smug look on her face, but she gives Elise a big smile while showing her appreciation. This is not what Shiki had hoped to see, but then he realizes that it would not matter even if the flat girl owed him one. After all, it's not like she would ever admit such a thing. But then Fran walks up to our hero to tell him something. She mentions that he had used healing magic lots of times when they were fighting the giant slime monster, but he did not run out of power back then. Even now, he has been able to remove poison from her and Sira with ease, so she wants to say thanks to him. This is a big deal for Fran because she seemed to hate Shiki, so Sira hugs her and tells her that she did an amazing job right now. Fran tells her to stop with this behavior because it's a bit embarrassing for her. Shiki only comments that Sira should stop spoiling Fran with so much love just for doing the bare minimum. It's time to move on from this incident, so the girls ask Shiki to join them on their subjugation mission, because they would definitely need his healing magic to counter all the monsters out there. If he is by their side, then they will be able to take down the Isekai'd turtle with ease. Since there is no other option for our hero, he decides to say yes to the girls, and the next day, he sets out on his new mission with Yule. They say goodbye to Elise, and she tells them to be careful during their mission. She particularly asks Shiki to take care, and it touches his heart to see how much Elise worries about him. He tells her that he'll be fine, but then she says that she does not want him to try anything shady with the girls while on the mission. After all, she does not want to be the one to get him out of custody if he does something like that. Our hero is devastated to learn that this was what Elise was worrying about, but he still smiles and promises not to let his intrusive thoughts take over, or at least he hopes so. He does mention that he has Yule with him, so he will need to be on his best behavior. The slave girl is not paying attention to what her master is saying because she can't take her eyes off of Elise's twin peaks that are shaking much more than they usually do. Shiki looks at her for confirmation, so she says yes, and then Elise states that she understands why such a thing is necessary. After all, the town is in danger, and these monsters need to be taken care of before they cause more damage. She then tells our hero that his healing magic is too good to be confined to just her clinic, but her clothes seem to be struggling to hold her curvy body. Yule can only watch on in amazement to see what the female body is capable of achieving, and then she looks at herself only to get disappointed. With that, Shiki and Yule leave, although the slave girl looks a bit too traumatized by what she has just seen. Obviously, Elise does not realize what is going on, so she simply bids them farewell and safe return. Our hero comments that Elise's body also cannot be confined to such tight clothes, but he does not say it out loud to avoid getting kicked out for good. Now, Lulu calls him over to join the subjugation force, but he is surprised to see that she still wants to fight despite seeing what had happened to her friends. He asks her if she's serious about this, so she states that she couldn't wait to be with him again, which is why she waited for him to come to her. Our hero wonders if she is being serious right now, or just messing with him like she did before. Lulu notices the life bracelet that he's wearing, so she asks him about it, and he tells her what it's for. He also mentions that he got a matching bracelet for Yule, which makes the slave girl blush with joy. Lulu seems to be jealous of this, so she also decides to give Shiki something from her side. It's an earring, but then Lulu explains that it's a magical stone that will stick to our hero's ear. She puts it on his ear, and then reveals her own to say that even they are matching now. Lulu tries to act cute, but Shiki knows her very well by now, so he asks if she is trying to scam him. The curvy babe says that she is not pulling a fast one on him, and only wanted to give him some kind of charm because it is his first time fighting outside of the town. This makes Yule a bit jealous, but there is no time for drama, so Shiki asks Lulu why Fran is recruiting members to join the subjugation force. After all, beating monsters outside the town should be the job of the knights. This makes Lulu realize that she hasn't told Shiki a very important fact, which is that Fran is the daughter of the town's lord. This comes as a very obvious shock to the healer boy, but then the rest of the squad shows up, so he has to keep his calm. Fran has arrived with a whole set of knights, and then she says it's time to go and beat the Isekai'd turtle. The team gets on its way into the forest, and some time passes by till it becomes gloomy. Seeing the sky makes Shiki believe that it could rain anytime soon, but Lulu is only interested in looking at the pretty view from here. Yule decides to enjoy this sight because the town of Melhart does look quite nice from this spot. Fran tells the slave girl that she seems to get the beauty of her city, so she offers to tell her everything about Melhart's history. Yule is interested in learning new things, so she says yes, much to the surprise of Shiki and Lulu. We learn that Fran comes from Lulu, Nalmer Hilts. Shiki asks what the daughter of such a lord is doing as an adventurer. She explains that it could be taken as some sort of reverse inheritance. Back then, Fran's parents had arranged for a match in terms of a husband, but she never liked the idea of marrying someone, so she opposed it. This led her to shoot a fireball into the crotch of her husband, which pretty much annulled the marriage. Shiki is shocked to hear this, because even though such an injury can be healed with magic, but that was still a very savage thing to do. It was due to this behavior that the Lord kicked Fran out of his castle and told her to go fix her hatred towards men. Of course, since Fran's parents would still worry about her, they decided to send Sira to take care of her. Basically, Fran wants to become the next lord of the city, so she decided to join the knights as an adventurer to help them with their duties. Obviously, this is due to her status as a noble girl, otherwise she would never have been allowed to do such a thing. Our hero finally adds 2 and 2 together to figure out that Fran wishes to make him, and the knights witnesses to her acts as an adventurer. If she is able to take down the turtle monster, then her achievements will exceed her hatred of men. That may be true, but the reason why Sira called out to Shiki was because she wanted the right people to be around to save Fran if things went south. Basically, both Sira and Fran are childhood friends, which is why she cares so much about the flat girl. Suddenly, one of the knights comes in to report that the Isekai'd turtle has been spotted near the river. We get a good look at the monster now, and it does not appear to be friendly at all. The Isekai'd turtle can sense his enemies coming closer to him, so he becomes alert and lets out a roar. The knights panic because they have been found out, so they need to start acting on the main plan right now. Our hero, however, lets his intrusive thoughts take over once again, and he comments that none of this would have happened if the girls wore a different kind of armor. Lulu tells Shiki that they will be counting on him as everyone moves forward to attack the turtle monster. The front line will have Lulu leading the way, while the other knights will just be there as decoys. During this plan, the backup will include mages and archers who will use their powers to launch rearguard attacks. The healers will stay close to the frontline fighters so that they will be able to heal them from the poison fog. After all, since these fighters are going to be so close to the beast, getting caught in the fog is something that they will not be able to avoid. The turtle monster kicks things off by unleashing the poison fog, but it does not look like it's at the same power level as when Fran and Sira got attacked. Thanks to this, the team is able to keep the beast from moving away from its position. Now the Isekai'd turtle gets caught into the plan and is unable to do anything at all. from the looks of it. This should be an easy win for Shiki and the team. Fran begins a spell which requires a long chant, so Shiki asks her if she is fine with this. The flat girl does not seem to have a problem with the spell, but Shiki tells her that this mission might get over before she has the chance to unleash her favorite fireball attack. The beast continues to struggle, so Yule says that something does not feel right about this whole thing. It's so easy for the team that one can't help but feel sorry for the Isekai'd turtle. However, Shiki reminds Yule that if they leave it alone, then it will continue to cause harm to the people of the town. They have no other option but to take it down over here and end the matter. But Yule tells her master that this is not what she is worried about. She wants to know why the turtle monster is not moving away from its spot and continuing to receive the attacks being fired at it. Anyway, Fran is done chanting her spell, so she tells everyone that she is going to let it rip. Lulu tells all of her frontline fighters to retreat in order to avoid getting caught up with the spell. Now the flat girl chooses to unleash not a fireball, but an onslaught of thunder rain, which is her new finisher move. What follows is a brutal attack on the turtle monster, which receives a direct hit. All that's left is smoke coming out of its body, so Fran lets out an evil laugh and asks everyone if they just saw her amazing power. Shiki takes a look at the turtle monster and asks if they really got him this time. But that's when Yule screams that it's still alive. As she rightly says, the Isekai'd turtle opens up its eyes and gets up as if nothing even happened to it. The roar is loud enough to stun both Fran and Syrah, who are unable to move at this point. The turtle monster now charges at the girls with all its might, so Lulu calls out to her friends because they need to get out of there. It's of no use, as the monster is way too fast for them to dodge it, so things are not looking good for the team. Both Fran and Syrah are unable to move, but then Shiki swoops in like the hero he's supposed to be, and even Yule drops in to help Syrah run away. Shiki grabs Fran and picks her up, after which he mocks both the girls for just standing there and not moving at all. Fran is a bit taken aback by what the healer boy has just done, but there's no time to think about such things because the turtle monster is on a different kind of rampage. The team is barely able to dodge the attack, but they are fine for now as the turtle monster bashes its head into a giant boulder due to the power of its attack. This time, the beast goes down again, so Shiki wants to confirm if it is really down and out for the count. Of course, Fran can feel our hero's hands all over her body, so she ends up scolding him for being shady. She demands him to let her go, and she even starts attacking him for what he's done. Shiki does let her go, but then Syrah tells the flat girl that she should show more gratitude as Shiki and Yule just saved their lives right now. She says that she did not ask to be saved, and if our hero had made one wrong move, then even he would have faced the same fate. She wants to know why he would do such a thing, so he says that she was right in front of him, which led him to believe that he could save her. He also adds that Fran is fairly light when it comes to weight, and a lot of that comes from the fact that she is a flat table. But this is just in his head because he does not want to be attacked right now. Lulu and the others rush to our hero, and they ask if everyone is alright. After they take a look at the monster, they realize that it was protecting its eggs, which can be seen inside its nest. Shiki then realizes why the Isekai'd turtle was not moving away from its spot, because it wanted to protect the baby turtles. Since Fran's thunder strike ended up burning the eggs, there was nothing that could be done about it, which was why the turtle monster decided to charge at her with rage. Now that they have an unexpected situation at hand, the team decides to split up into two main units, so that they can rush back to the main road. Suddenly, some movement happens in the ground, so everyone tries to figure what is going on. It looks like the charge attack from the turtle monster has sent some shockwaves into the ground from the boulder it had hit. The ground under Shiki begins to crumble, and he loses his balance right in front of Fran. He trips due to this movement, and is falling backwards where there is no place to land on. Yule calls out to her master and rushes towards him, but it looks like it might be too late to save him. The scene goes dark, and after some time, our hero opens his eyes to see himself inside some kind of cave. For a moment, he does not know where he has come, and can only hear the sound of water flowing next to him. He then notices something else in front of him, and it happens to be his and Yule's clothes next to a fire. Shiki wonders what just happened with him, and then he hears Yule calling out his name. She is right there next to him, and she is crying with joy to see that her master is finally awake. She hugs Shiki because she is happy to see that he is still alive, but he is still a bit confused to see Yule in this state. The slave girl is covered in bruises, so Shiki uses his X-heal move to heal her instantly. Now he wants to know exactly what led to the both of them being trapped over here, so she explains that after they defeated the Crank-Height turtle, the cliff had collapsed, which led to Shiki falling into the river. Our hero now recalls that when he fell from the collapse, Yule had jumped right after him to keep him safe. She says sorry for taking all his clothes to dry because he could have caught a cold in his state. Yule was able to use a magic tool to start a fire, so their clothes should be dry soon as well. Shiki wonders how this is possible because Yule does not have any magic tool to begin with. On top of that, he can also see some drop items on the ground, which can only mean one thing. Yule was protecting her master from monsters while he was knocked out. She simply smiles as he says this, but Shiki knows that there are a lot of kobold monsters living in this forest. He feels bad because his slave girl was keeping him safe this whole time, implying that he is a burden. Yule simply says not to worry about her because she will do anything to keep her master safe. She will keep him safe even if it would cost her life, which is something that she had said earlier as well when they had first met. Our hero pats Yule on the head and thanks her for her service because she did an amazing job. Of course, Shiki wants to scold her for being so reckless, but he is not in the position to do so. He does not want to live if it means losing Yule, especially because no amount of healing power can bring back those who have lost their lives. Now, the both of them dress up and our hero gets his hands on the magic tools that are in this cave. Since they have gotten their hands on these items, they might as well bring them back, and one of these tools looks like a gun. Yule is clueless because she does not know what a gun is, so she asks her master if he is familiar with this item. Our hero figures that such weapons do not exist in this fantasy world, so he tells her that he also knows how to use this tool. Yule finds this impressive because she feels a gun would be a complex item that is hard to operate. Shiki admits that he has never touched a gun before, but desperate times call for desperate measures. To Yule, it might look like Shiki is a master of all because of how much he knows in general, but that is due to his appraisal skill, which he unleashes once again to see how he can use this gun. It is called a slime jelly jar, which means that it is used for cooking slime jelly by means of removing the smell from its meat in order to bring out the flavor. Another use of this tool is that it can take out fires, which means that it is essentially a mini fire extinguisher. It's the perfect timing for such a device, so Shiki decides to try it out on the fire that was drying their clothes. The tool happens to work just fine, but it does not look like it is shooting out water. The substance is a bit sticky, so Shiki is left in an awkward position, as Yule also wonders what this could be. She asks her master about what he just shot out, and he realizes that the gun is using slime jelly, which can be used to entrap its targets. This explains why the gun is known for taking out fires despite no mention of any water. Of course, our hero is only making a guess for now, and he prays to God that this is not another shady toy like the one he had collected earlier for his solo missions. Shiki decides to flex a bit in front of Yule, and says that she will need to be at his level to know how these things work. The innocent slave girl calls him amazing, but now the duo needs to find a way back home. They step out of the cave and see the night sky beginning to form around them, so Yule asks what they should do now. Shiki recalls that the knights had said something about an unexpected situation right before he and Yule fell into the river. Keeping this in mind, it would be smart to regroup with them and figure out what they mean by that. Shiki feels that if they follow the river, then they might find their way to the road. Yule is fine with this, but the look on her face suggests that she is hiding something. Shiki figures that Yule might be tired because she did just spend a lot of time fighting monsters to keep him safe from harm. He asks his slave girl if she is tired, and he offers to carry her. But Yule says that she can manage by herself as she does not want to be a burden to him. She also says that they need to move fast because it is going to get extremely dark soon. Luckily, since she is a dark elf, she will be able to see clearly even in such conditions. Shiki realizes that Yule is talking about night vision, which means that she has a lot of unknown abilities. Our hero does not know how far he and Yule have been swept away, so he tries to use the map he saw earlier as a reference point. It based on the map that our hero is hoping to find the road if he follows the river. Also, if Lulu and the team are out looking for them, then it could be possible for them to meet along the way. On top of all this, there is still something that is bothering Shiki, which is the fact that Yule is being a bit too careful right now. He has never seen her act this way before, even when they used to go on missions in the labyrinth. From the looks of it, the elf girl doesn't seem like she is going to last long at this rate, and to make matters worse, it begins to rain. Now, Shiki tells Yule that their destination is still a long way ahead, and he can always heal her as long as she is not hit with a finisher move. Also, the both of them have their life bracelets, so they will be able to survive at least one such attack each. He asks Yule to relax, but she still can't seem to shake off the feeling of fear from her mind. There is a sudden sound that makes Yule panic, but it just happens to be some leaves that have fallen due to the rain. The elf girl is still very alert, so our hero figures that she will not be able to relax for a while. He wonders if a person needs to be so alert while walking through this kind of forest because it's his first time over here. Shiki then decides to ask Yule if she has been here before, and it causes her to react in an odd manner. Our hero realizes that he may have touched a nerve there, especially since Yule would have had a bad past due to her status as a slave. Shiki tries to change the topic, but then Yule attacks a small bat that creeps up behind him. Now she finally reveals that she was an abandoned child who would live in an orphanage. At times she would go to the forest to hunt monsters and earn money for the people she would live with. This orphanage is located in a small town near the forest, but it was shut down at the same time when she was sold as a slave. Shiki then realizes that it was this moment which led to her being shipped to Melhood for being traded in a wounded state. His face shows some worry, so Yule tries to cheer him up by saying she is happy to be here with her master. However, as she says this, the elf girl falls into Shiki's arms, which confirms what he had though about her being tired. She is also shivering from fear, so Shiki recalls the time when he first saw her. Yule was severely wounded back then, but no slave trader would harm their own slaves because that would mean bad business. Basically, this means that Yule was badly wounded even before she was traded to the slave trader. Our hero wonders if her injuries were caused while she was being shipped to Melhood. But the worst part is that this forest is on the way to the town. Shiki adds 2 and 2 together to find out that a monster must have attacked Yule somewhere around here while she was being shipped. Yule starts to cry, and she says sorry for keeping a secret from her master this whole time. She can even feel the monster calling out to her every time she is about to say its name. The scene grows more terrifying with thunder and darkness as Yule explains that the monster is not a kobold or a crank-height turtle, but something far more dangerous. Just as she is about to tell Shiki the name of this beast, it actually shows up right behind him. Yule pushes her master away as the monster launches an attack on him, and she takes the full force of the blow. Shiki sees her bracelet coming off and breaking, which means that she has been saved from losing her life. We then see the monster in its full form, and learn that it's some kind of ogre and orc hybrid beast. It is on a much higher level than a kobold or a crank-height turtle, so our hero and his slave girl are in big trouble. Yule regains her senses after being smashed into a tree, but she has used up her life bracelet, so she's at risk now. The orc monster comes closer to her, and things are not looking good, so she calls out to her master for help. That's when Shiki shows up from behind and whacks the orc monster with his mace to save Yule. It doesn't do any damage to the beast, but it does get his attention, so he turns back to look at our hero with anger in his eyes. Shiki is in disbelief to see that his attack had no effect on the orc monster, and then it slashes at him with full force. Our hero is just about able to dodge the attack, but this is way too risky for him to pull off on his own. He figures that he does not have much of a chance fighting against this beast, so he needs to distract it while he escapes with Yule. Shiki takes some of the soil in his hands and throws it into the monster's eyes to keep him occupied. Once this is done, he uses his X-heal technique on Yule so that she can run away with him. Shiki picks her up because she is still tired from her earlier battles, but she asks her master to put her down so that she can buy some time with the monster. Now, our hero realizes that the main wound on Yule when he had first seen her must have come from this demon beast. Yule does not say anything at first, but the look on her face is more than enough to serve as an answer. Shiki can feel her shaking in his arms, which means that she is very scared of this beast and what it can do to her. He also notices that her bracelet has been broken, so if she takes another direct hit, then she will be done for good. The worst part is that they are not fast enough, so the demon beast will easily catch up to them at this pace. Shiki can hear its footsteps coming closer to them, so he is left with no other choice but to do something heroic. Someone needs to stop this monster. So Shiki makes a decision that Yule will not like him for, but will just have to deal with it. He turns to his slave girl, and she gets ready to receive his order, but it turns out that he uses his position as her master to command her to run away from here and leave him alone. This comes as a huge shock to Yule, but since she has a slave crest, she will have to obey him no matter what. After all, this is how masters usually take advantage of their slaves, but Shiki is not like that. This is the right time for him to use this kind of power, and he decides to be the one who will keep the monster busy, while his slave girl can run away to safety. She does not want to leave her master alone at all, but the crest forces her to run away from the scene against her wishes. As she flees, we see the monster coming closer, but our hero is ready to take him on and prove that he is indeed worthy of Yule's praises. Of course, he needs to figure out what kind of demon he's up against, so he uses his appraisal skill to identify it as an arms ogre. This happens to be a mutated version of the beast, which means that it has sharp claws to go with its hard skin. It is such a deadly demon that it is feared by both humans as well as monsters. Shiki figures that this could be the reason why the other monsters have not shown up in the forest, but he needs to come up with a plan as fast as he can. He checks his bag for things he can use, but he finds his dried up slime jelly, which is his shady toy for solo missions. He can't do anything with that, but he remembers he still has the slime gun, which he can use to stop the demon's movement, even if it is for a mere moment. Our hero unleashes the power of his slime jelly, and it covers the demon in all of its slippery glory. Just as Shiki had hoped, the arms ogre slips from all the jelly and finds itself inside a hilarious lotion pool. As much as our hero would love to use this on cute girls, he is out of bullets now, so all he can do is aim for the legs of the demon. He aims for the joints, because that is where the skin is softer than the rest of the body, and lands a direct hit. All of this seems good enough for our hero, but he wonders if he was able to get the job done. He has to get out of here because the rain is washing away the slime jelly from the monster. Shiki was able to put up a brave face in front of Yule, but he knows he is no match for the arms ogre. He figures it would be best to let the knights take care of the demon because they have the armor and the weapons that can get the job done. This way, he won't have to worry about making his slave girl anxious about him. And even though he would look a lot cooler if he beat the monster by himself, he should just focus on escaping from here. Since that is his top priority, Shiki does not mind revealing his true powers to the knights, and even working for them in exchange for them getting rid of the arms ogre. Now, our hero lets his intrusive thoughts take over again, as he imagines Elise falling in love with him over the fact that he will enroll as a knight. He then imagines asking the curvy babe to cook some more cookies for him and Yule once they're back home. However, his dreams are laid to waste as he feels something pierce his body from behind. Our hero falls to the ground and notices that his life bracelet has been broken as well. He sees a blade in the middle of his chest, and that's when he realizes that the arms ogre has the power to throw his claws as sharp blades at its opponents. This kind of mutation is not like anything Shiki has seen before, so it comes as a shock to him. Now, Shiki uses his X heal on himself and realizes that he was stabbed in the heart, so if it wasn't for the bracelet, then he would have been a goner. He needs to get out of the firing line as fast as he can, so he tries to escape. However, the arms ogre fires one more claw at him and aims for his legs, so our hero gets a direct hit. He does not want to scream out of pain because he is running out of time, so he uses X heal once again to get away from the scene. Survival does not look on the cards for Shiki, as the monster catches up to him and is about to attack with a finisher move. Just as things are about to get intense, Yule shows up from behind and calls out to her master. She lands a slash on the arms ogre, but Shiki is shocked to see that his slave girl came back for him, even though he gave her an order. The demon strikes Yule away, and she lands on the ground, after which it is about to attack her. Luckily, this was the distraction that Shiki needed to fire the monster's claw into its own eyes. He calls out to the beast in a challenging tone and strikes it with his mace using all his strength. It's a tense moment, but the demon slips because of the earlier leg injury caused by Shiki, and this allows our hero to land a finisher move by smashing the claw into the arms ogre's head with his mace. With this strike, the demon finally falls to the ground completely defeated and lifeless. Shiki rushes to Yule and asks her what she is doing here, so she says sorry for disobeying his order. That's when he sees that she had scraped off the skin on her shoulder, which had the slave crest on it. This had allowed her to come back for her master, even though he had ordered her to run away. As expected, Shiki uses his X heal on her and says sorry for giving her an order despite having promised that she would only live freely with him. Yule also says that it was something that happened during the heat of the moment, but at least the gamble paid off. Even so, Shiki feels ashamed of himself because he was saved by Yule once again before finishing off the monster. He could not do anything by himself, whereas he had promised to keep Yule safe from harm. Of course, his slave girl tells him that he is not pathetic at all, because he did save her life, no matter how he may look at it. Also, she believes it is her duty to protect Shiki, so she could not leave him all by himself. The rain has now stopped, and they have defeated the arms ogre, so things are looking good for them. Yule has also stopped shaking with fear, so she is finally over what had happened to her with the arms ogre. However, the coast is still not clear for our hero, as we see some shaking in the bushes nearby. That's when we see some wolf demons coming out of the forest, and they turn out to be a pack of kobolds. They could smell the scent of blood from this battle zone, which is why they have arrived to feast on their prey. The problem is that both Yule and Shiki are tired, so there's not much that they can do to combat this. The kobolds pounce on the duo, and Shiki considers letting Yule run away again, but then Lulu arrives in the nick of time to slash down one of the beasts. Both Shiki and Yule are surprised to see the curvy babe in action, but she is glad to have made it. It's not just her who has managed to reach, but also Fran as she unleashes a fireball attack on the other kobolds. The flat girl seems to be bothered, and even has tears in her eyes, so Shiki is a bit confused. Anyway, Lulu is just glad that they were able to avoid a close call, and then the rest of the knights show up to take care of the remaining monsters. Shiki drops to the ground and comments that he and Yule have been saved, but he can't understand how the others were able to find them. Lulu comes up to our hero and asks if he's alright, but since he does not respond, she wonders if he is even alive. It leads to a hilarious moment where Lulu asks him if he is a ghost now, but all her touching tickles him, so he tells her that he is very much alive. Now the curvy babe notices the arms ogre on the floor and realizes that it is a subjugation target. What's even more impressive is the fact that Yule and Shiki were able to take it down without any extra help. Yule says that her master was able to beat the demon with his mace, so Lulu says that it's very impressive. This beast's nails could sell for a very high price, but she notices something that is wrinkled on the ground. It happens to be the dried slime jelly, so our hero decides not to talk too much about it. Now Fran comes up from behind and thanks him for what he has done. She can be seen with tears in her eyes, but she tells Shiki not to get the wrong idea. After all, she would never live in peace if he were to lose his life over this. Our hero can't believe that Fran is such an emotional person, but she could have expressed herself in a much better way. Anyway, the important thing is that everyone is safe now, and the knights will take care of the ogre's corpse. Shiki is told that he can expect a fat reward for his efforts, and then Yule tells him that she is feeling sleepy now that all the danger is over. The slave girl falls asleep, so Shiki picks her up, and then everyone walks back to the town. Our hero tells Lulu that he is surprised at her ability to have found him when he needed it the most. However, Lulu explains that it is all because of the magical tool that she gave him earlier. It turns out that the person wearing one piece will be able to find the person wearing the other piece, almost like a tracking device. Lulu had bought this after she got separated from Fran and Syrah the last time. But Shiki finds it creepy that the curvy babe can spy on him whenever he wants. Now, Shiki asks her if she is going to make him keep the item even though the mission has been completed, and she says yes. Basically, he tells her that she will be able to track his location no matter where he may be, and it causes her to get nervous. She tries to act cute, but Shiki knows that she is just trying to distract him with her curvy body. As a matter of fact, Lulu can just use this to get a hold of him whenever she wants free healing or treats at the bar. Keeping this in mind, Shiki gives her back the earpiece and says that he does not need it anymore. The curvy girl says sorry for this, but our hero can't be mad at her, because this thing did save his life. The team is almost back at the town, but then Shiki realizes that the knights had gone back to the town in a rush right before he fell off the cliff. He wants to know what happened then, so the girls point to the corpse of another turtle monster. Shiki is shocked to learn that there were 2 of these beasts, but then he learns that such monsters have been increasing in numbers after making lots of babies. After seeing the first one's nest, the team suspected that a child is already moving around somewhere, which was why the knights had rushed away back then. Fran states that this is bad news, so the others ask why, especially since the knights have beaten it. She explains that the poison gas released by the crank-height turtle can spread even further when exposed to rain. This means that the whole town must be in a state of panic. We see it in full effect as loads of people gather outside the healing clinics demanding to be let in. The knights try to maintain some order, but it has no effect on these people. Seeing all of this mess makes Lulu suggest helping out the knights. But then Shiki realizes that Elise must be having her hands full as well. Without further ado, our hero leaves this place to the girls and leaves for the clinic to help out Elise. His guess was correct, as there are loads of people outside the clinic and Elise is in a spot of bother. Shiki comes back to ask if she is fine, but she states that he looks much worse than anyone else around here. He only says that a lot has happened since he left for the mission, but luckily for him, his current state made people think that he was the most desperate for healing, so they let him in through the back gate without asking for his powers. Elise asks our hero if he is fine, so he mentions that his bracelet may have broken, but it's thanks to this that he is still alive. He then mentions that Yule is totally tired, which is why she is resting for now. Suddenly, the slave girl wakes up, so he asks her what happened. It turns out that she could hear what he said about the life bracelet breaking, so he confirms this. It causes her to feel bad, and Shiki has already seen this before when she had failed to protect him once upon a time. Such a feeling leads Yule to fear losing the relation that she has with her master, and her eyes fill with tears again. After all, losing the matching bracelets is like losing a precious memory to her. The slave girl is trying her best not to let out her tears, but it's very hard for her to do so. This worries Shiki because even though she is being brave, she is not able to hold back anymore. She has already done so much for her master, first by saving him from the cliff fall, then protecting him while he was passed out, and then saving him from the arms ogre as well. This kind of ending is too sad for her, so Shiki won't have it at all. However, with all the people waiting outside, our hero needs to help them as well, so he needs to think of a way to replace the bracelet for Yule. That's when an idea strikes his mind, so he tells Elise that he and Yule will be going out for a bit. She seems to understand what he's trying to do, so she tells him not to push too hard out there. Now, our hero carries Yule outside and takes her to a high point just as the sun is about to rise. The slave girl does not know what is going on, so Shiki tells her that the town is in a very bad state. There are actually 2 of the Isekai'd turtles, which means that the poison gas has spread to way too many places. By the time they got back, the whole town got covered in this gas, which is why people are going crazy trying to get healed. Yule can't believe that such a thing has happened, and her master proves it even further by pointing out to all the people who were waiting outside Elise's clinic. Too many people are in need of healing, and such a task will not be possible for healers to do all by themselves. Due to this, there will be some casualties, and Yule is very sad to hear this. Of course, Shiki is only lying to Yule, because the people will not die from this kind of poison gas. This is because such a gas is only released to slow down the movements of the enemy. At best, all it will do is cause some nausea to its victims. Also, with the knights in action, they should be able to manage it somehow. Now, Shiki tells us that he is not lying to make Yule sad, but rather, it is acting from his end to make her feel special. Now, Shiki strikes a heroic pose and tells Yule that he is going to save this town from tragedy. However, he tells her that she can't reveal this to anyone. Otherwise, they might try to come and steal his powers. This is why what he is about to do is going to be a secret between him and her. This makes her excited because it is almost like a secret between lovers, which is obviously something that Shiki does not want. He plays along for now, although he does not know how true this part may be. After all, from Elise's words, she might already have an idea of what our hero is about to do. The main thing is that he is able to save the town right now, only because of the fact that Yule saved him. The bracelet might be gone, but it is proof of having protected him, which means that it has served its purpose. Now, Yule feels special because she believes that she has saved her master's life, which in turn has led to the whole town being saved. With that, Shiki concludes his acting because Yule can now be proud of losing the bracelet, rather than being sad about it. He tells his slave girl to remember this moment, as it is the one where the person whom she has saved has ended up saving the lives of an entire town. Our hero unleashes his ultimate area dispoison move, and the whole city gets healed in an instant. Even Lulu and the girls are amazed to see such a high level of healing magic, so they wonder who it could be. Now that the people have calmed down from the poison, the city has officially been saved. As the sun rises, Shiki and Yule come back to the clinic, where Elise is eagerly waiting for them. She looks at our hero and tells him that he must have done something impressive with his powers. She can see that he is fluttering, so she asks him to get some rest for now. Shiki is glad to see the curvy babe's smiling face, but this also causes him to relax too much, and he lets go of his strength. He falls straight into the heavenly softness of her twin peaks, and this causes both the girls to be shocked. Yule is hilariously feeling jealous, but there's nothing that Shiki can do as he is unable to move. He tells us that he does not mean to be creepy, but he genuinely does not have any power left. He fears that Elise may be angry at him, but the curvy babe allows him to rest his head in between heaven for now because she knows that he is tired. With this, the case is close to end a long battle involving Isekai'd turtles and the arms ogre that Yule had feared. These threats have been eliminated, and our hero gets a handsome reward for taking down the demon. Even Elise's clinic becomes famous after the poison gas incident, so all is finally well. Shiki wakes up from his long rest and hopes to see Elise baking cookies while Yule enjoys them. However, what he does see is Fran's father, who has come to him stating that he will marry his flat-table daughter. He even talks about holding a wedding date, which shocks not just our hero, but also the girls behind him. Yule can't believe that her master is getting married, and even Lulu is unable to digest this fact. Elise is the most shocked out of all the girls, so she wants to know the meaning of this. However, the most confused person over here is Shiki himself, who wonders how it ended up like this. He demands to know what exactly is going on over here, but is it too late for him? Will he be married to the girl who would always scold him? And what will happen to Elise and Lulu, both of whom also seem to like Shiki? Like, share, and subscribe if you liked this video. Hit the bell icon to get notified when I upload part 4. See you soon. Luckily for Shiki, all of this turns out to be a dream, and he wakes up to see Elise beside him in bed. Our hero finds himself in an odd position as he is holding on to her twin peaks, and he can't seem to recall how he got himself into such a situation. He does remember passing out from fatigue, and then he wonders if he and Elise engaged in unspeakable acts while he was passed out. However, Elise is not the kind of girl to do such shady things and take advantage of Shiki, so he feels she must have just stayed by his side in the night. The real problem, though, is that his hand is stuck in between her twin peaks, and he's trying to use the pull-out method, but it's not as effective as people make it out to be. Soon enough, the curvy babe wakes up and our hero is left in an awkward situation. He tries to distract her by commenting on how breezy the morning is, but she clarifies that it's actually evening right now. Shiki can sense that Elise might be upset, so he needs to come up with something to say as soon as possible. He immediately says sorry without knowing if he has done anything. But Elise simply tells him to get out of bed so that he can take a shower and get dressed. This comes as a surprise to Shiki because Elise doesn't look upset, but is blushing instead. He wonders if she ended up doing something shady with him after all, and this awakens his intrusive thoughts. His body can't seem to suggest if anything happened between them, so he feels that he should continue holding on to her twin peals for good measure. He hopes to find a love bite or something if he examines Elise's curvy body, and the look on his face says it all. Elise now refreshes his memory by saying he had clung on to her clothes after he had passed out earlier from all the healing energy he used up. She had no other option but to stay with him the whole time, and even had to keep the clinic closed for a day. However, she states that nothing happened between the two of them, so he should stop with the shady expression on his face. Shiki maintains that he is not being shady, and then Elise explains that she had Yule get rid of his clothes because they were too torn up and unfit to wear to bed. This makes sense to Shiki, but he can't see Yule anywhere, so he asks where she is. It turns out that his slave girl is right behind him, and she says she's happy to see that her master is feeling better. Shiki feels awkward because he has just shared a bed with both Elise and Yule, so he asks her if she has just woken up. She says yes, which is a relief because our hero did not want Yule to see what his hands were doing to Elise's twin peaks. However, for some reason, she doesn't seem too lively. Now, Elise says that they have received an invitation to a banquet at the Lord's Manor. The letter says that the banquet is in celebration of the subjugation force's recent victory, and the Lord would like to have the presence of the healer who helped immensely with the mission. Now we see Shiki, Yule, and Elise walking on the road, talking about the incident with the poison mist. Elise admits that for a while, she didn't think the people of this town were going to make it, because they were panicking too much. Anyway, the people are happy and peaceful now, but Elise feels weird about tagging along with Shiki for this banquet, because she didn't really do anything to help with the mission. Our hero says that the letter allowed him to bring his loved ones, so he doesn't see a problem in bringing Elise with him. Hearing this makes her blush, and Shiki believes that it should be fine for them to act as family during this banquet, even though in reality, they just live together. The trio can hear a lot of noise coming from the side, and it alarms Yule, so she asks her master what's going on. From the looks of it, Shiki guesses that it could be a wedding, but Elise is shocked to see that the two of them have never seen anything like this before. She explains that when two people get married in this town, it is customary for them to walk through the streets and get blessed by everyone living here. The thought of marriage makes Yule blush, and she holds on to her master's arm, and she asks him if he ever plans to get married. He replies by saying if he were to get married, then it would be to a harem. But he forgets that Elise is listening in on this chat. He shuts his mouth, but it's too late because Elise wants to know what he just said. Luckily, Shiki didn't say the whole word, so it's a close call for now. After all, he can't use such a word around Elise, otherwise it will be the end of him. She continues to stare at Shiki, which makes him a bit uncomfortable because he doesn't want her to figure out his shady intentions. Now Yule gets upset as she feels that her master may have already gotten engaged, but he reassures her that this is not the case. He then states that if he were to get married, then he would want a happy and harmonious life where he can laugh every day. Of course, he does not want to leave Yule hanging like this, so he further states that he would never run off to get married without letting her know about it. On top of that, he clarifies that he is not engaged to anyone yet, and this seems to put his slave girl at ease. Elise, on the other hand, is still not impressed, and she still has her suspicions. Anyway, our hero has been able to dig himself out of a hole over here, but the problems have only just begun for him. Now we learn that the dream he was having earlier was not a dream, but rather a prediction of the future. This is because the Lord indeed looks at Shiki as a suitor to his daughter Fran, who used to hate men. Shiki tries to figure how this has happened, and Yule clings on to him for clarity. She makes an innocent, cranky face and says that she wants to be by his side, even after he gets married. Of course, our hero wants to tell her that he does not want to get married to Fran. But then the Lord says that Shiki is the perfect match for Fran because she uses attack magic, while he is a healer. Lulu is also in attendance, and she warns Fran to think it over because Shiki is a huge creep. We can see that Fran is in a tough spot. But then Elise says that she has nothing to say on the matter because she does not have any powers that are worth talking about. This leaves our hero to fend for himself, so he realizes that he will need to take control of the situation before it gets further out of hand. After all, agreeing to a marriage would mean that he will no longer be able to live with the beautiful, lovely, and extremely curvy Elise. He can't let this happen because it would shatter his hopes and dreams, so he declares that there is no way he will agree to this. Shiki then asks the Lord to hold on for a minute, because he does not recall agreeing to any kind of marriage. This causes an awkward silence, and then the Lord says that he was told Shiki had been engaged to marry Fran. Our hero says that there is no basis for such a thing, so the Lord asks Fran to explain herself. The flat girl is nervous now, but she eventually says that this is a big misunderstanding. The Lord is shocked to hear this, so Fran says that she will explain everything, so he needs to calm down. Now we learn that Fran was able to come back to the royal palace due to the misunderstanding she had created for her father by making him believe that Shiki was her suitor. However, this is the same girl who can set a fireball on our hero's crotch, so he can't really sympathize with her. The Lord now realizes that Shiki was the man who risked his own life to save Fran, and he becomes emotional. The town was in a huge ordeal earlier, but he is happy to see his daughter safe and sound. The Lord has tears of joy, and he is simply happy that Fran is alive, so he welcomes her back into the royal palace with open arms. The brat girl smiles nervously and comments that at least the whole thing ended well for her. Shiki tells her that she made a hot mess for him, so she says sorry to him. Now Lulu comments on how she almost believed that Shiki and Fran were having a thing, and this leads the brat girl to mock our hero once again by saying she never had any interest in marrying him. She even says that she does not like his face. But then Yule says that it's not possible for such a thing, because she likes her master's face a lot. Now Fran turns to Syrah because she was the one who made things get so extreme in the first place. If it wasn't for her, then the whole thing would never have made it to the point of getting married. This leads to a hilarious moment where Fran acts dramatic and runs away from Syrah because she had trusted in her. Syrah asks her to come back, but the Lord laments that his daughter doesn't have any man that she likes. Shiki makes a serious face and states that if you tell a lie while hoping not to get caught, then you will most definitely get caught. Elise puts a break on his serious tone by stating that he of all people will most certainly know such a thing. Anyway, Yule is happy that her master is not getting married, so she asks him if everything will stay the same now. He says yes, but he is not too sure of how things are going to be for the Lord, Fran, and Syrah. After all, even his healing powers can't fix broken relationships. Some days pass by, and the drama at the Lord's manor has become nothing more than idle gossip now. Rather, the city is now focused on the annual Mel Hearts Festival. Yule is the most excited for this, and she tells Shiki that she has saved up a lot of money from her other job, so that she can check out all the stalls at the festival. We learn that Shiki and Yule both got a handsome reward for helping the subjugation force, so the slave girl did not need to do her restaurant job anymore. But she still insisted on pulling her weight, which is why she can now enjoy the festival. Shiki has heard that the festival will be a lot livelier this time around, and Yule states that a lot of tourists are also expected. Of course, the miracle that cured the poison mist may have something to do with it, but it's not like anyone knows that it was Shiki who did it. After all, he wanted to keep that a secret between himself and Yule, but he still feels that Elise has an idea about it. Now, Shiki takes Yule to the bar for her job, so Elise gives him a letter and asks him to deliver it for her. It's for Arya, who is her younger sister at the royal capital and is attending the Night Academy. Elise knows that Arya might be busy as usual, but she is still hoping for her sister to come and visit during the festival. Shiki asks Elise what Arya is like, but this is only because his intrusive thoughts have woken up again, and he wants to know if the sisters share their curvy nature. Elise can spot his shady intentions from a mile away, so she tells Shiki to keep his hands off her sister. Now our hero heads to town, and he can see that there are already lots of stalls set up even before the festival. A lot of people are also talking about the mysterious healer who had saved them all from the poison mist. Lots of cute girls are also talking about him, although they don't know that it was he who did it. Shiki almost feels like a secret superhero at this point, and he takes great pride in listening to all these praises. Now that he's dropped Yule, he decides to walk back home, while also hearing all the praises about him. That's when he is suddenly greeted by Geyser and 8, so he asks them what they are doing here. The men say that they are waiting to pick up some cute girls, which is why they are patiently waiting for them to come their way. Geyser now holds on to Shiki and tells him to join them as it will be fun. However, 8 seems a bit nervous, and he says that this might not be a good idea after all. He asks Shiki for validation, but our hero can't say much about his chances. He does know that Geyser won't stand a chance because he has a very scary look that will simply drive away all the women. Geyser proves this point by scolding 8, and even screaming out loud that he wants to lay his hands on some curvy bodies. This is clearly not the kind of man that Shiki would want to be seen with, so he decides to distance himself from Geyser. However, the mere mention of Twin Peaks gets 8 interested, so Shiki believes that he has taken the bait. Geyser further states that 8 hasn't even touched one peak till now in his life, so he should not go to his grave in such a sorry condition. Shiki agrees with this, because he has had his own share of Twin Peaks recently. Now Geyser offers 8 his hand and makes him swear on this day as Twin Peaks Day. This makes 8 feel the extra courage, and he swears on Twin Peaks Day with Geyser. They are ready to face rejection together, and they fist bump each other. But Shiki does not want any role in this, so he watches from the sidelines. Now that Geyser has a partner in crime, he decides to show 8 how it's done. He sees a cute girl in front of him, so he calls out to her and comments on her legs. Shiki can already smell Geyser's failure from a mile away, and then we see him trying his luck with the girl. Geyser tries to get a bit too comfortable, but this only lands him a knee to his eggs, and then the girl calls out to the knights for help. She calls Geyser a creep, so the knights apprehend him, which makes Shiki wonder what Geyser even said to the girl. 8 panics and doesn't know what to do, so our hero tells him that they should just leave and pretend like they don't know Geyser at all. Of course, Geyser calls out to them for help, and even takes Shiki's name, so this catches the attention of the guards. After all, he is the healer who massively helped with the subjugation of the Isekai'd turtle. The knights ask Shiki if he knows Geyser, so he has no option but to say yes. Our hero says sorry on Geyser's behalf and states that he has bad social skills. This is enough for the guards to leave him be, and Geyser can finally breathe a sigh of relief. 8 asks Shiki how the knights knew him, and he says that he had worked with them earlier. Now, Geyser laments how his apparently perfect flirting skills didn't work, so Shiki tells him that the problem may not have been with the flirting. Geyser asks what it could be, but the face he makes at our hero is so laughable that Shiki decides to change his mind. He tells him that he might have said something cruel, so he should just forget it. With that, our hero walks away, but he is stopped by a cute girl. She blushes and says that he is kind of cool, but Geyser gets excited and asks if she is talking to him. Of course, that is not the case, and it only hurts his feelings even further. The girl now walks up to Shiki and states that she heard what the knights were saying about him. She confirms that he's a healer and asks if he would like to hang out with her. This awakens all kinds of intrusive thoughts in our hero's head, so he is ready to abandon the boys for her. He instantly accepts her request and tells the boys to try their best hitting on random girls. Now, as Shiki hangs out with the cute girl, he asks her where she would like to go. The girl says that it's a very nice place, and she actually used to live there before, which is why she has been wanting to visit it for a while. Shiki wonders what she means by a nice place, and it makes him dream about all kinds of possibilities. Now the girl asks our hero a very important question. She wants to know if he always likes to flirt with random girls on the street, and her face seems to be serious here. This girl is sharp, so our hero figures that he should really watch what he says next. He states that Geyser and 8 were forcing him to join them, so he eventually gave in, but still decided to watch from afar. The girl says it's lucky for Shiki to have chosen such a path, so he asks her why she'd say such a thing. She doesn't give him an answer, but rather just holds on to his arm and says that they should get going. The physical contact is a bit too much for him to handle, because he can feel the girl's curvy body on his. He tries to distract himself from her twin peaks, so he asks the girl for the name of the place she wants to visit. She simply says that it's a place even he has been to, so this confuses our hero. He thinks of a fancy hotel at first, but then he realizes that the hotels are not in the way they're going. The girl says he's going to find out soon enough, so he has to play along for now. The feeling of soft twin peaks on his arm makes his brain lose all focus, and he wonders if he's starting to imagine things because this path looks awfully familiar. Another thing he notices is that this girl is holding on to his arm with a lot more strength than her petite figure suggests. On top of that, her blonde hair and blue eyes seem to remind him of someone he knows. Shiki just says that he's imagining things, but he wants to be sure, so he asks the girl if she is living at the royal capital. She says yes, so our hero asks her if she has a sister who lives in this town, and she says yes to that as well. This isn't looking good for Shiki because he knows where this is going, but he has to be sure, so he asks her if the sister also operates a clinic. The girl says yes, so our hero needs to place the final nail in the coffin by asking for her name. Just as he had feared, she reveals that it's Aria, which means that she is none other than Elise's sister. Aria blushes because the secret is out, but Shiki has other things to worry about. He does not get why she is here instead of the royal capital, and the worst part is that they have already arrived at Elise's clinic. Aria calls out to her big sister, but Shiki demands that she let go of his arm before he gets into trouble. However, Aria giggles and says no because her big sister has said a lot about Shiki in her letters to her. She then teases our hero by saying he shouldn't go around hitting on other girls when he already has Elise. The only thing on Shiki's mind is that he's going to be done for if Elise realizes that he picked up her little sister. Or even worse, he was picked up by her little sister. His worst fears come true because Elise shows up and sees Aria with Shiki, so she asks what the two of them are doing together. Aria simply says that she's glad to be back, and she caught Shiki in the act while he was trying to flirt with girls on the street. This obviously catches Elise's attention, so our hero is in hot water now. Now, we see Shiki, Elise, and Aria all sitting together at the table, but Aria is the only one with a smile on her face. Our hero is trying to think of a way to get out of this situation, but even if he says that Aria was the one who hit on him first, it's not like Elise is going to believe him, especially with his track record. Also, he may not have known who she was at the time, but following Elise's sister is still more than enough to cause trouble for him. Now, Aria asks Elise what she wants to do with Shiki because he got caught in her honey trap, while he was trying to cheat on her anyway. This is when it strikes the healer boy that this could have been planned by Aria all along to see if he was good enough for her sister. Of course, he feels nice that Aria believes him and Elise to be in a relationship together. But then the curvy babe says that there is nothing going on between her and Shiki, much to his disappointment. On top of that, she also calls Aria out for only dragging our hero here for her own amusement. This makes our hero realize that Elise has seen right through her sister's plans. Aria admits to this, but she also says that she thought Elise and Shiki were dating based on what she had written in her letters. Now Shiki wants to know what Elise wrote in those letters that caused Aria to misunderstand what was going on between them. The younger sister is not ready to give up yet, so she tells Elise that she is staying with Shiki, but still says that they aren't together, which is a total lie. This is because only lovers stay together, and the statement causes Elise to blush after sharing a glance with Shiki. Our hero decides now is the time to go on the offensive, so he tells Aria that he and Elise even sleep together in the same room, that too, every single night. Aria gets up feeling enraged and refuses to believe that her sister would engage in such shady acts with a boy she does not love. Of course, Elise clarifies by saying they sleep in different beds, but Aria has heard enough, so she is glad that her big sister is not lonely. Elise says that she is only doing this to protect Yule from Shiki, even though that is not a legitimate concern. She maintains that there is nothing between Shiki and her, and then she decides to change the topic and ask about what Aria is doing here. She reveals that she's actually in town because she's stationed as a guard for the festival. Aria then says that she only dropped by to say hello because she has already been given a room somewhere else. After all, she does not wish to be a third wheel and wants her sister to continue doing shady things with Shiki. But she also tells our hero not to fall into any other honey traps. Of course, Elise states once again that they are not like that. But the healer boy makes it worse by saying he can't promise not falling into any honey traps. However, he knows that nothing can happen between him and Elise as long as Yule is around because he has to be a good master. Now it's time for Aria to leave. But before she does so, she asks Elise if she can borrow Shiki for a while. Otherwise, she might get lost. Elise doesn't mind because she has to look after the clinic anyway, so she allows it. Now, as they step out, Aria comments on how much fun this was, but Shiki tells her that she almost undid all the efforts he had made to be on Elise's good side. The night girl then reveals that she doesn't actually need Shiki for directions, as she only wanted to get him out of the room. Suddenly, the duo hears loud cheering, and then we see another cute girl who is believed to be a Median priestess. The healing rays on display makes Shiki wonder if she is doing this for free. But then Aria explains that she does this at the royal capital as well. The priest girl basically gets nice donations after healing large crowds, and this is why she has been given the name Saint. Shiki recognizes the light from her healing spell and can state that she is a high-level priestess. He is interrupted by Aria, so he worries that she feels he's having intrusive thoughts again. Our hero reassures her that he is only trying to assess the priest girl, but then Aria says that she needs his help with something. Basically, she was worried about Elise because she doesn't usually reveal her feelings too much. The letters may not have been giving the true picture, which was why Aria wanted to check in on her big sister. Shiki figures that if this is the case, then Elise may not have even told Aria about the time she had sold the clinic due to debt. Anyway, the night girl is happy to see her sister in a genuinely happy home, so Shiku looks at her differently. After all, he actually thought that Aria only came home to tease him and Elise. Now, Arya says that Elise may not be too upfront about her feelings, but she is most definitely fond of Shiki, so she wants him to take good care of her. She wants her sister to be happy, so this makes our hero wonder how fondly Elise actually thinks of him. Of course, if Arya was able to honey trap him, then it's obvious that Elise had told her about his shady nature. But even then, it looks like she has said some nice things as well. Now, Shiki comes back home and decides to ask Elise what she had written in her letters, but he also wants to make sure that he doesn't come off as too direct. However, the moment he comes home, Elise says that she is going to move out. Our hero hasn't even said a word and his curvy babe is already upset, so he wonders what could be the cause of this. It could be that all the testing from Arya has brought Elise to her senses, and she is going to leave the clinic in order to find someone who suits her better. However, she says that she has been thinking about this ever since Shiki had gone out to hunt monsters with the knights. Our hero is surprised to hear this, and then Elise explains that she was wondering why she wasn't a part of that hunt. She blames herself for not being a good enough healer. So Shiki realizes that she is holding herself to a higher standard because of his own powers. Now Elise says that she is going to move to the royal capital and stay in the Church of Medine, where she is going to train herself once again. This is with the hope that she will become a priest girl who is as powerful as the saint. All of this sounds good and noble, but even then, Shiki can't allow this to happen because that would mean Elise will move out of his life. Our hero doesn't want such a curvy babe to leave him so soon, but she says that she also wants to fight, just like Yule. She is sick of waiting alone at home for someone to come back, so Shiki ties this into her loss of family early on as a child. He figures that it must be really hard for Elise to keep up with such a lifestyle, especially with her sister living away from her, so he should support her some more. Shiki asks her how long she'll need to train because he can bear with it if it's a month or so. However, she says that it is a minimum of 5 years, with extra time given to pilgrimages as well. Our hero can't wait so long, so he has to get back to convincing her not to leave him. How exactly is Shiki going to handle this new situation? We pick up from where we last left our hero Shiki, who has to try and stop the cute and curvy Elise from leaving him to pursue a journey of growing her own healing powers. Of course, this is not ideal for Shiki because a girl like Elise can easily find a handsome and capable man to marry her. As a matter of fact, Shiki can even imagine Elise coming back to him a few years later, as the mother of 2 children who have been fathered by some random stranger. Clearly, this is the toughest challenge of his entire life, so he needs to do something to stop Elise at all costs. In a desperate attempt to keep her here, Shiki says that she does not need to go on such a long journey, because he can help her increase her potential in a much shorter period of time. This gets her interested, and that's when Shiki tells her that he can even make her gain a portion of his own healing power if she pays enough attention. Of course, this is just a shot in the dark, but if our hero was reincarnated in this fantasy world all the way from Japan, then it has to do something with his powers. Elise wants to know what kind of method Shiki has in mind, and at that very moment, Yule also enters the room. She sees what's going on, so she asks her master what he's doing with Elise. Shiki says that his slave girl has come just in time to witness his first ever lecture on health education. Now it's time for us to also gain some insights into this world of fantasy, where religious beliefs and knowledge allow for magical power to blossom. Of course, Shiki has nothing to do with religion, and if he could actually transfer his own powers to Elise, then it would have been the first thing he'd do. However, knowledge is something that he feels he can pass down, so he begins with his lecture. He has some intrusive thoughts in his head, as always, but since Yule is also here and excited to learn, he must make sure that he keeps his shady intentions in check. Now, Elise says that she has attended some church lectures, so she wonders if this will be something different. Of course, Shiki knows that she might be worried about the contents of his lecture since he is a master of creep psychology. However, he knows that he will only get the silent treatment if he behaves that way, so he keeps it plain and simple for now. He starts by talking about what happens inside our bodies when magic awakens. For that, he asks the girls to think of the building as a whole human body. As expected, our hero has no idea what he's saying, and the girls get very confused as to what is being taught to them. As a matter of fact, Yule is feeling drowsy and Elise thinks that Shiki is trying to play a game of charades with them. She has no clue what Shiki is trying to display with his doubtful actions, but he says that he is trying to explain how thrombocytes gather around a wound to heal it. He tries to use the window to make his point, but a girl like Elise would never have even heard the word thrombocyte before. This is when Shiki fears that the girls think he is making up words as he lectures them. The girls may actually be thinking that Shiki is a delusional man, so he wonders if he should tell them that he is from another world. He might get more street cred for that, but he fears that he might end up confusing them even further if he does this. He looks at Elise, who is very confused, and then Yule, who is doing her best to just stay awake. Elise violates our hero by saying he does not seem to have a good grasp of the subject matter himself, as he is not being able to give the full picture. Shiki admits to himself that he has been caught by Elise, and then he sees his own slave girl falling asleep from his lecture. This is the biggest indicator that he is giving a boring lecture, and our hero begins to sweat nervously. He asks Yule if he is boring her, but she says that his voice and funny dances were very soothing to her. At the end of the day, his strategy for teaching the girls about healing magic has failed miserably. However, he is not ready to lose Elise just yet, so he asks her not to leave for the royal capital just yet. He will come up with another way to help her out, but he does not have any answers as of now. The next day, Shiki visits a shop which has replica rings on sale, all of which are much cheaper than the ones in the labyrinth. The catch is that none of the rings have any magic power at all, so no stats will be boosted upon wearing them. Shiki starts thinking about how he can use these rings, because his lectures were clearly a fail, and he has the money now to splurge on items like these. At this very moment, a curvy babe sneaks up on our hero and scares him with a sneak boo attack. It's a rather hilarious scene, and we learn that the girl is none other than Lulu. She holds on to our hero's arm and states that it is a coincidence for the both of them to be shopping at the same time over here. She wants to know what Shiki plans to buy, so he says that he's looking for accessories that can actually boost magic powers. However, he also knows that he can't be seen with Lulu because he had promised Arya that he would take care of Elise not too long ago. Our hero gets to thinking, and he realizes that since Lulu was a part of the subjugation force, she would know that he had made a lot of money from the tortoise incident. Lulu looks around but can't see Yule anywhere, so Shiki tells her that she is working at the bar. This makes Lulu smile with an added dose of shady intentions, because this means that our hero is all alone and defenseless against her twin peaks. Even Shiki admits to us that if Lulu were to ask him to buy any items for her, then he might give in, especially if she allows him to act on his intrusive thoughts with her. Shiki knows that he does not have the power of resistance towards temptation, so he will most definitely lose a lot of cash if Lulu acts shady. However, in a sudden twist, Lulu says that she will help Shiki shop, and even points him towards a new shop that opened recently. She even says that our hero may end up liking something from there. With that, she grabs his arm and takes him to the shop with her. Shiki remains hopeful that he survives this without having to blow any kind of money on Lulu. Also, he is sure that she would know more about magical items than him, so she will be of great use during his shopping session. Her soft body is awakening all kinds of intrusive thoughts, but Shiki reminds himself that he is only tagging along so that he can use Lulu's help for shopping. Now she spots a food stall and tells our hero that the food over there is really good, so he should buy some. Shiki says yes in an instant, and we all know why, but he maintains that it's only to compensate Lulu for helping him. As they make their way forward, the both of them see a massive crowd in front of them, so they might need to find another way around these people. There's a lot of cheering, and then our hero sees that it's the same priest girl from yesterday who is showing off her healing powers once again. The chatter in the crowd talks about how this girl may end up doing these sessions till the day of the main events, with events such as the battle tournament and beauty contest also in the timeline. It looks like the streets are going to be jammed from now on. However, the only thing that Shiki pays attention to is the fact that there is going to be a beauty contest. He asks Lulu if this is like a pageant where cute girls walk on the stage to see who's the prettiest of them all. She says yes, and also mentions that the outfits these women will be wearing are not going to be very modest. Keeping this in mind, she feels that this contest will be the perfect thing for Shiki to see. Our hero's reputation never ceases to amaze us, and he proves it by thinking about all the kinds of costumes the girls may wear to this contest. An intrusive thought regarding Elise in a risky outfit immediately pops into his head, so he tells Lulu that he might ask her to join the contest. Of course, Lulu did not expect to hear Shiki mention Elise's name like that, but then he thinks that if Elise ends up winning the contest, then she will become famous and attract a whole bunch of creeps who will only trouble her. This is not what he wants, and then Lulu says that even she will join beauty contest. She feels that she and Elise will be able to put on a show of a certain standard, but Shiki is of the opinion that she might not have very friendly feelings towards Elise. Lulu also says that the prize money is not bad at all, so she might as well give it a shot. Shiki is amazed to hear these words, but then a girl from the crowd spots our hero and calls out to him. She is none other than Aria, and she is upset to see our hero with a girl who is not her sister. She wants an explanation for this, but Shiki had feared that such a situation would arise. Aria asks Shiki if he is cheating on her sister already, and she calls Lulu his mistress, which only makes the whole scene a lot funnier. Lulu is naturally confused by this statement, so Shiki tries to calm everyone down by saying Lulu is only helping him with shopping. He adds that the purpose of this shopping is for Elise, so he hopes that Aria will let him off the hook. Of course, this only causes Lulu to get more jealous, as she did not know the shopping was for Elise. Aria does not buy into what Shiki is telling her, so she plans to question him further. But then her senpai shows up looking very upset. She does not like that Aria is slacking in the middle of her job, so she lands a karate chop on her head and tells her to get back to work. Aria does not want to return to security patrol just yet, but her senpai drags her away from the scene. She tells Shiki not to go anywhere as she will come back soon with more questions, but that does not look very likely to happen. This causes our hero to sulk because of the misunderstanding and Lulu to sulk because she was called a mistress. Now Shiki tells Lulu that they should get back to shopping, but all of a sudden she changes her mood and says that she can't do this anymore. Our hero is confused, but Lulu runs away from the scene and says that he'll have to shop without her. He does not know what just happened, but he feels that it could be because Lulu does not like being called his mistress. As a matter of fact, it could even mean that she is actually interested in him for a committed scene. With that, he chases after Lulu and tells her that Aria is just Elise's sister, and was jumping to conclusions just like every other woman likes to do. Despite this, Lulu states that Shiki was still searching for something to gift Elise, so she feels bad about it. Of course, our hero can't tell her the real reason for the gift, so he only states that there is no deep meaning to the gift. After all, there's nothing wrong with giving a gift to a friend, but Lulu says that accessories which boost magical power are not cheap. On top of that, she saw Shiki looking at rings, which could only mean one thing. She calls him out for trying to buy a wedding ring for Elise and runs away, but Shiki can't stop her because he's out of breath and unable to convey his message. At the same time, he gets some odd feeling due to the fact that he is chasing after Lulu. It feels almost as if he is part of some romantic chase where Lulu is teasing him to catch her if he can. However, he soon snaps back to reality when Lulu tells him not to chase after her. Our hero basically looks like a creepy stalker right now, so he feels it's best not to make a scene. Plus, this is not a beach with an open area, but rather a bunch of empty buildings and alleyways, so he can get lost quite easily over here. Shiki eventually loses sight of Lulu and comments that she is not an adventurer for nothing. However, he is proven wrong when he sees that Lulu has gotten stuck in the window, just like how he would see stepsisters getting stuck in some videos back in Japan. Lulu says sorry for this situation and asks Shiki to help her out of this mess. But he does not say anything. Lulu expects a response from our hero, but he is too busy with some intrusive thoughts. He even feels that this could be his time to shine as a man. Lulu continues to wiggle and ask for help, but it almost feels as if her bottom is talking to our hero. He comments on how Lulu tried to lose him by running around in these buildings, but now he has the upper hand as she got stuck in a window. This is Shiki's chance to clear the air, so he decides to tell Lulu about Aria. He goes on to say that he is not engaged to anyone, neither is he planning to do such a thing, as it is all just one big misunderstanding. However, Lulu does not want to hear such an explanation, especially when she is stuck in such a sensitive position. She just wants Shiki to pull her out of this mess, so our hero figures that he should not waste time talking to her. He goes ahead and grabs Lulu's leg in order to free her from the window. It does not go as well as he would like, because this is just causing pain to Lulu. She asks him to stop pulling and start pushing, but she does not realize what she is inviting our hero to do. He asks her if she is sure about this, and she says yes, so Shiki has full permission to do as he pleases. Our hero goes ahead to push and press what most men would love, and that's when Lulu realizes her mistake. She feels very shy and blushes, after which she asks Shiki to stop as she has changed her mind. Of course, our hero has been mesmerized and hypnotized by her bottom at this point, so she has to kick him away. Lulu now asks Shiki to pull on her clothes, but he is still reeling from the sensation in his hands and states that he can't even feel the kick. He then tells Lulu that he is going to grab her pockets and pull from there, so he wants to know if she is fine with this. She says yes, but also asks him not to focus on any other body part of her. He knows that this is a tough ask, especially since she is not wearing a belt, but he has to do as he is being told. After the count of 3, our hero pulls on Lulu's shorts, and as expected, it goes hilariously wrong. It goes lower than what she would have liked, and now she is in an even more sensitive position. She tells Shiki that this is not ideal, but he can't really do much to undo his acts, so he says that he is going to go and ask for help. However, Lulu does not want to be left alone like this, so she tells him to wait. Shiki argues that something needs to be done about the window, but Lulu says that she does not want anyone else seeing her like this. Shiki says that he will try to pull her once again, but warns her not to kick him this time. Lulu panics and asks him to pull up her shorts, but without touching her body, which is a rather difficult task. She moves around while saying this, so it's not making our hero's life any easier. After some struggling, Shiki only succeeds in taking the whole thing off, so he is left with a rather intense view. As expected, Lulu feels really bad about this, and so does Shiki, so he begins to feel sorry for her. He is running out of ideas, but then he gets one last solution that should work. He tells Lulu to be prepared as what he is about to do might feel cold. She does not know what this means, but he asks her to bear with it for a bit. That's when we see that the solution in Shiki's hand is none other than the slime jelly he uses to treat his elephant. He proceeds to use the jelly and spread it all over Lulu's bottom, and she gets freaked out from it. She wants to know what he's using, but he says that it is new and unused. Of course, this does not bring any clarity to her, but soon enough, our hero tells her to get ready, since Shiki has used lots of the slime jelly on the section where Lulu has gotten stuck. He holds on to her legs and pulls with all his might. Luckily for him, his plan works out just fine and Lulu is brought out of the window with ease. As the both of them are on the floor, Shiki tells Lulu that she does not need to worry anymore. She can't believe that she's finally out, but she's thankful to our hero for it. Now she puts on her shorts, but laments how sticky the substance is on her body. Shiki says that he had no other choice and was running out of ideas. But then Lulu asks him what this slimy stuff is, and why he's carrying it around in the first place. He explains that he uses the slime jelly when he is fleeing monsters because it causes them to fall if they are chasing after him. Obviously, he is not going to reveal the actual use of the device because that will just make him come across as a shady man. Lulu agrees that this makes for a nice escape plan and asks where she can buy this jelly. He nervously says that he will let her know the next time they meet because he wants to get back to the main streets. However, Lulu says that she's all slimy and sticky right now, so it would make sense for her to have a bath. Hearing this from Shiki's mouth makes Lulu a bit worried, and this is because public baths are only offered at shady inns where shady people do shady things. Our hero figures that Lulu must be thinking that he is inviting her to one such inn, but he does not think that is a bad idea. Of course, he does not have the best reputation in town, so he decides to switch things up a bit and takes off his robe. At first, Lulu worries that he is going to do something shady and asks him to wait. But our hero is just placing his robe on top of her so that she does not feel uneasy. She is confused for a bit, but then Shiki tells her that with the robe on, she can at least be around people without looking sus. Our hero says that he has a spare set, so Lulu can just return this one to him the next time they see each other. He also fears that he must be careful with Ariel running around, otherwise she is going to suspect him of cheating again. He hopes for Lulu not to take what he has said in the wrong way, but she blushes and thanks him for his gesture. Now the couple heads back to the main street, and then Lulu asks Shiki if what he said was true about him and Elise not getting married. He confirms this and says that there is nothing between him and Elise, which somewhat puts Lulu at ease. However, Shiki wonders why she is showing so much of an interest in him all of a sudden. Could it be his money? Or is it his reaction to her teasing? At the end of all his theories, he does not figure what it could be, so he decides to get the truth straight from the horse's mouth. However, just as he asks Lulu about this, she seems to trip on something and loses her balance. Luckily, Shiki saves her just before she falls and asks her to be more careful. She says that she stepped on something, so both Lulu and Shiki decide to take a look at what it was. The item looks like a tail, which is not a good sign for either of them. The both of them look up ahead and see that the tail is coming from some beast that is sleeping underneath some kind of cloth. Shiki takes a closer look, and there's no mistaking the fact that it's a monster in front of him. But he does not know why such a beast is here in such a dark alley. He wants to get out of here as soon as he can, and he tells Lulu that they should report this to the knights. However, she has a mind of her own, and she decides to peek under the cloth to see what monster it is. Of course, Shiki does not approve of this behavior, and he gets scared, but Lulu does not listen to any of his warnings. Soon enough, a dragon pops out of the cloth and takes a look at Lulu. Normally, a person would be scared upon seeing a dragon, just like Shiki is, but Lulu is actually glad to meet the beast, and even calls it cute. Shiki asks her if she is trying to get eaten, but she says that dragons are very docile creatures. It turns out that they only get violent if someone or something triggers them, and there have been no reports of dragons attacking humans who have not provoked them. All that needs to be done is a bit of petting and love, just like how Lulu proceeds to show our hero with a dragon, who seems to be enjoying the attention. While the beast may seem friendly, Shiki does notice something on its neck, which looks like a collar that slaves are known to wear. From the first impression, this appears to be a magic accessory, so Shiki decides to use appraisal on it and learn more about the device. The name of this collar is the servant necklace, which puts its target into submission. Shiki figures that it must work as a slave seal, but for monsters. This means that the dragon has a master, and we hear that master's voice soon enough when he says that his beast has taken a liking to Lulu. He then shows himself in a cloak and robe, after which he says that she should not go around petting the dragons of other people. Lulu becomes nervous and says that she could not help herself, but the dragon master continues to stare at her and Shiki. Our hero figures that he should do the talking, so he states that he and Lulu had gotten lost over here and were trying to return to the festival when they stumbled upon the dragon. This seems to work on the Dragon Master. But Shiki can't seem to figure why this man would keep such a beast hidden in this part of town. Now, the Robe Man says that he would like Shiki and Lulu to keep his dragon a secret from the others, because he would like it to make a surprise entrance at the battle tournament later in the festival. This is why he is being so discreet with his beast in these empty buildings. He repeats that he does not want this surprise to be spoiled, so our hero is relieved that the dragon is just for the festival. He tells the Robe Man that it makes sense to have such an attraction, and people are surely going to turn up to watch the battle tournament if the dragon shows itself in the festival. Lulu misunderstands this as Shiki saying he will watch the battles, but he reminds her that his main priority is the beauty contest, which he will observe with all his heart. He also intends to keep this a secret from Yule and Elise, and that's when the Robe Man tells them that he can help them out of this place. He directs Shiki and Lulu to the main street, so our hero realizes that they must be bothering the Robe Man. They might as well look like some kind of silly couple, so they decide to leave the scene. As they make their way to the main street, Lulu keeps talking about how cute the dragon was, but Shiki clearly does not share the same opinion as her. The two of them continue to argue about this, but then our hero bumps into a massive bald man who tells him to watch where he is going. As expected, Shiki looks like a mouse in front of him, so he gives way for the bald man to pass. That's when Lulu tells him that the bald man is a Medine priest, and that he should work out more to have a body as strong as his. Our hero tells Lulu not to be silly, as he never intends to actually fight in this world. Running away is as good as it gets for him, but she says that he should at least become tough enough so that he does not cower when he sees a cute dragon. This is embarrassing for Shiki because he did not think that Lulu had seen him in such a fragile state. Now, the both of them reach back to the main street, but it's late, so they have to say goodbye. Lulu says sorry about today and promises to help the next time, but Shiki is not going to count on her for anything. Before he leaves, Lulu calls out to him, so he turns around to ask what it is. However, she simply holds on to his cloak and says that it's nothing. With that, she leaves, and our hero wonders if he has just missed out on a golden opportunity. He does remember his promise to Arya, so it would be best for him not to give in to any kind of temptations right now. Despite this, he is at a conflict over whether he did the right thing or not. At this very moment, he bumps into Sarah and Fran, both of whom are arguing over Fran's spending habits. Their budget has been cut by Fran's dad, and they are not even allowed to visit the labyrinth anymore. However, Fran still wants to go to the food stalls to eat something nice, and this is when the girls notice Shiki in front of them. Sarah greets him nicely, but Fran is a pain as always. Shiki does not know why she is greeting him with such an attitude, but at least he knows how to deal with Sarah. The last time he saw these girls was at the Lord's mansion, where the hilarious mix-up had happened. Since then, it looks like Fran and Sarah are friends again, so he chats them up. Sarah says that Shiki has caught her and Fran at the right time, and she offers him a meal so that they can catch up. Fran can't believe what she is saying and asks whether she is being serious. Sarah says that she has no intention to joke about such a thing, but Shiki is a bit clueless. That's when Sarah explains how Fran still owes our hero for saving her life. Surely, she should not think that a simple reward from her dad would be enough to make up for what Shiki had done, so the brat girl agrees. Shiki figures that it's all about paying him back, and then Sarah asks him what he would like Fran to do for him. She says that the brat girl is ready to do anything, but this shocks Fran just as much as it does Shiki. Fran openly says that there is no way she will allow our hero to pluck her flower, but he says that he never even mentioned such a thing, although he sneakily tells us that it did cross his mind. Also, since Fran is Lulu's friend, it would not make sense for him to turn the brat girl into his slave. Shiki decides to make things simple, so he tells Fran that if she gives him a magic tool that can help boost magic power, then he is ready to call it even. However, Fran says that doing such a thing will not be easy. As a matter of fact, this is something that even she can't afford, but maybe her dad will be able to help out and make a purchase. However, if they are to do this, then they will be forced into a marriage, and neither Fran nor Shiki want that. Sira, though, says that the two of them should get married as it will solve all their problems. There is no choice left, so Fran says that even though they do not have any money for a magic accessory, there is one other solution that they can try. For that, Shiki will have to come back to the mansion with her, so he does as she says. Once they are there, Fran asks Shiki if he can use attacking magic. But he says he is not cut out for it because he has a hard time controlling magic. It's been this way ever since he first used a cure spell, but ended up using X-Heal instead. It's still fine over here because the worst that can happen is for our hero to cure the whole body rather than just a cut or a wound. The same can't be said for attacking magic, so Fran decides to give Shiki a mana crystal. This will be used to check our hero's level of magic, but it shines bright like a diamond. The others are blinded by the lights, so Fran explains that Shiki is suffering from a mana leak problem. It happens to be a severe issue, but Shiki wants to know what this disability is. Fran states that it's when a person has trouble in holding in their mana. In Shiki's case, he is leaking a lot more than what most other magicians would leak. Sira points out that he can use healing magic just fine, so it can only mean one thing. Fran agrees and says that she was wrong about our hero this whole time. Shiki asks what she means by this and wonders if his massive amount of mana has been found out. He also worries that if the Lord finds out about this, then he will more or less force our hero into marrying his daughter. Shiki does not want this to happen at all, but Fran reveals that Shiki's ability to heal despite his mana leaking means that he has a lot of holy piety. She then bows down to apologize for thinking of him as a shady man this whole time. Shiki plays along for now, but he knows that Fran has made a mistake here. He is indeed a shady man and has a lot of mana, not a lot of piety. In this world, people feel that men like Shiki have the holy power of God, which is why they are able to heal others with such ease. Now Fran hands over the mana crystal to Shiki and tells him that he can use it gauge how he is keeping his mana in control. The more he suppresses it, the duller this crystal will shine, so if he practices long enough, then he will be able to control the amount of mana he's leaking. This crystal will not raise his magic power, but it should be of use to him, so Shiki allows Fran to get even with him through this. He can also sense her attitude growing softer towards him, which must be because of the misunderstanding. Now we move back to Elise's house where we can see her reading a story to Yule. She asks what happened to the evil lord at the end of the story. So Elise says that he was sealed away by the great saint. Yule wants to know whether the great saint is better or her master, but Elise simply says that she can't answer this. Shiki comes back home and asks the girls what they are reading, so Elise says that they are reading the Medine Bible. It's not much, but they say that reading this helps to increase one's piety. However, the main thing here is the massive glow coming from our hero's body. The blinding lights are coming from the mana crystal. So Yule says that her master is shining like a holy man. Shiki says that the device helps him understand how much of his mana is leaking, so Elise says that she also wants to check something. She then brings out a crystal ball of her own and uses it to gauge the mana in this area. She says that the mana concentration in this room is a lot higher than the holy ground she had trained at. Shiki is surprised to see that Elise also has such an item, but then it cracks and breaks due to the presence of so much mana. Elise is sad, but she also states that this has nothing to do with piety or knowledge. There is no doubt that Shiki's mana level is extremely high, and on top of that, it is also leaking in a free-flowing fashion. With the amount of mana here, the room can easily be used as a holy ground, but our hero does not get what this means. Elise explains that the closer she is to Shiki, the more her own mana level increases. This means that if she spends a few years with him, then she will grow stronger. Elise might even be able to cast high heal spells if this continues, and it's great news for our hero, so he asks her about her training at the royal capital. Elise blushes and says that it will not be necessary for her to do that if she is here with him. The problem has basically solved itself and Shiki can breathe a sigh of relief. Now, since Elise has said that she can absorb more mana if she is close to him, our hero tells her that she should sleep in the same bed as him. Elise blushes yet again and says no, but pauses this time, so it's good news for Shiku. Of course, Yule is ready to be in the same bed as her master all the time. Now, we move to the next morning where Yule has just woken up from a peaceful night's sleep. We learn that Yule had woken up in the middle of the night to follow her master to the washroom. So he tells her such things are not needed, even though she wants to be with him all the time. Shiki realizes that Yule must be doing this because of the fact that they don't really spend a lot of time with each other nowadays. Yule wants to compensate as much as she can with her master. But before Shiki can address this, the elf girl's ears act up because she can hear someone at the door. She equips herself with a knife, and our hero wonders if this could be a burglar. The door slowly opens and a girl enters the house, so Shiki remembers that there is another person who has access to the clinic. He asks Yule to keep her dagger down because the girl is none other than Arya. She is surprised to see that Shiki is a morning bird, and then he tells her that he had though she was a burglar. Arya says that she only came in to pay a family visit. Now it's time for Arya and Yule to meet each other, so Shiki helps them introduce each other. Of course, he knows that Arya must be knowing about Yule and how Shiki helped heal her, because Elise had mentioned it in her letters. Now, our hero asks Arya for the real reason she's here because he knows that it's way too early in the morning for her to just drop by for a home visit. That's when she reveals that she's here to learn more about the incident yesterday with Lulu. She basically wants to know what his deal is with her, and this makes Yule a bit confused. Obviously, Shiki knew that the thought would still be lingering on Arya's mind. He decides to explain the whole scene to her, and Arya seems to buy his story, as she is very pleased to hear it. She states that Shiki should have told her about this sooner, but it's not like she gave our hero a chance to do so. Now she asks him if he was able to get his hands on a magical tool, because she won't be able to rest easy if her big sister is still uneasy. Shiki explains that he could not get his hands on one, but he was still able to get the job done, and Arya can get the details from Elise later. Of course, he can go on and explain to Arya how his excess mana leakage ended up becoming a solution for Elise, but he knows that it would sound a lot better coming from Elise's mouth rather than his own. Arya can be seen with a look of relief on her face, and she says that she will bother her big sister a bit later. Yule drinks some milk as Shiki asks Arya if there is anything else she would like to talk about today, and that's when she says that she wishes to test his mettle. They head out to the open garden, and then Arya throws a wooden sword to our hero. She proceeds to challenge him to a duel, and he figures that this is one of those situations where he will need to prove his fighting skills. He even mocks the whole thing by saying he's not interested in the whole vibe of proving his worth by beating a family member. Shiki does not want to do this, but Arya insists on it because she wants to know if our hero will be good enough to protect Elise from goons when they are out on dates with each other. Hearing the word date makes Yule a bit nervous, and Arya adds to it by saying she will train and discipline her master as he is being desired by her sister. Of course, this is not what Yule wants to hear, so Shiki decides to distract her with some head pats. Now, Arya makes an assessment on our hero's character, so he decides it would be best to simply cover Yule's ears. He is right to do this because Arya says that he has too much libido, which makes him an easy target of intrusive thoughts. Arya goes on and on about Shiki's shady intentions, but he continues to pat Yule on her head to make sure she does not listen to what Arya is saying. Our hero celebrates evading a close call as Yule did not hear any of Arya's criticisms. However, this also makes him wonder if it is a good idea for him to get close to Elise. After all, the last time he tried to make a move on her, he got kicked out of the clinic without any hesitation. Now, Arya says that her main goal for Shiki is very simple, but it happens to be beating down an armor ogre in a fight. That is clearly not as easy as she is making it sound, but Shiki figures it should be fine for Arya due to her intense training and experience at the royal capital. This puts him in quite the spot because he does not want to be made a Spartan. At the same time, He does not want Yule to think he has no desire to grow and improve himself as a person. All this talk about training makes Yule a bit conscious, so she says that she wishes to become better, as even she was not able to take down the armor ogre earlier, which even Shiki had to fight. After all, Yule wants to protect her master, and this impresses Arya. She also talks about the armor ogre that Yule had mentioned, so Shiki explains that he and his slave girl had worked together to take it down. He goes on to say that Yule is much stronger than him, but his words backfire when Arya asks him if he is weaker than a little girl. She even asks if Shiki has a chronic illness or something, and it makes the scene awkward. Our hero simply takes this chance to say that he faces some mana leakage problems, even though that is not really a reason for him to be weak. At the end of the day, he does not wish to go through any Spartan-level training, so he will say whatever he can to avoid it. Arya says that she will postpone Shiki's training for now, and this makes him happy. However, she does decide to have a session with Yule, who says yes instantly. The girls get ready for an intense battle as Shiki watches on from the sidelines. It looks like Arya is not taking Yule seriously, but our hero knows that she will change that perception soon. After all, Yule is not merely staring down her opponent, but rather waiting for the perfect moment to strike first. A branch snaps, and the elf girl takes this chance to charge at Arya and land the first blow. The night girl is barely able to block the attack, and then Yule passes by with ease as if nothing even happened. Arya can't believe that such a small girl would be so fast, but Shiki knows that Yule's speed is her greatest power. On top of that, her desire to protect him gives her the motivation to take on monsters that are twice her size. Humans are no different, so as long as her opponent is not in heavy armor or extra large, then Yule has a fair chance at winning. Shiki cheers her on, and Yule continues to attack Arya from all angles, which causes her curvy body to bounce and jiggle. Shiki is pleased to see this, so he urges Yule to keep up the good work. However, Arya is able to get the hang of it, and she knocks out Yule's weapon soon enough. With that, she wins the match and ends the round, although she looks very tired herself. She tells the elf girl that she is quite good with her attacks and was even able to catch her off guard. But since she is a top student at the Night Academy, she was able to win. Of course, Shiki knows that this was only possible because Arya has a lot more experience than Yule. And then the night girl says that the elf girl is very predictable with her attack patterns. She asks Yule if she lacks dueling experience, to which she says yes, and then Arya says that she has very good dexterity. She is confident that the elf girl will surpass her once she becomes older and gets some more experience, so she urges her to work even harder. Yule is glad to get such advice from a night girl, so she says thank you to Arya. Shiki is pleased to see this as well, and he comments on how everyone around him is getting stronger and better. He wonders what other great things await them, but then Arya says that she does not want to hold off on his training for too long. After all, she wants to make sure that he can protect her big sister, but Yule says that she does not need to worry about that. She is there to keep her master and Elise safe, and Shiki wonders if she is saying this because she does not want him to be alone with Elise. Of course, Yule is too young to think like that, but Arya is not one to mix her words. She simply tells our hero that it is quite pathetic for him to rely on Yule so much. She is still a child and does not have any dueling experience, so he can't expect much from her when a serious situation comes up. The elf girl does not wish to hear such things about her master, so she says that he is not pathetic at all. She reveals how Shiki tried to protect her from a monster when she got injured. But she also states how our hero was able to buy back the clinic for Elise by healing lots of people. Arya is shocked to hear that Shiki needed to buy back the clinic for her big sister, as this confirms her suspicion from before. The night girl turns around and says that she will now have a chat with her sister, but we all know what is going to happen. Shiki tries to stop Arya, but he knows this is of no use, so he tells Yule that none of this is her fault. Now, Arya shuts the door to Elise's room and starts shouting at her for not telling her about selling the clinic. There's a lot of screaming and yelling on the other side of the room, and we also hear Arya saying something about condolence money. Elise can't be heard in the middle of this argument, so Shiki laments that he can't do anything to sort out the quarrel. Yule feels bad because she was the one who let out the secret in the first place. Now Arya says she's done with this nonsense and walks out of the room. There are tears in her eyes, so Shiki tries to console her. But it's of no use as she walks out of the house feeling the same way. Now Yule walks into Elise's room and says sorry for letting it all out. But the big sister says it's fine because Arya was going to find out about it sooner or later. Shiki realizes that Arya would not have been told about the clinic being sold to cover for her tuition fees. If she had known, then she would never have gone to the Knights Academy in the first place. As Elise tells Yule not to worry about it, our hero figures that she sounds a bit sad. After all, her efforts to make her sister happy have been in vain now that she knows the truth. Now, Elise states that she's upset mainly because she deliberately lied to Arya after their parents passed away. Paying for her tuition did become a problem, but Elise did not want her sister to give up on her dream. She eventually told Arya that the Medine church was giving them condolence money due to what happened to their parents. But this was obviously a lie. This was easy to believe, because the church did have such a system to care for the survivors of a lost family. However, the funds got so low towards the end that selling the clinic became the only viable option. Shiki asks Elise if she actually did get any condolence money, but she says that such a thing never happened. Basically, around the time she lost her parents, a new archbishop had come to town, and the church started running things differently. This was also one of the reasons for sending Arya to the royal capital, as Elise did not trust the church members anymore. Shiki agrees that trust is important, but then he goes on a whole other train of intrusive thoughts where he imagines Elise in a delicate position. He is brought back to his senses when Elise asks him if he is even listening to her right now. She asks our hero why he is spacing out and not paying attention to her, so he feels like he has just lost a bit of trust. He says sorry, and then sums up Elise's situation by saying Arya is mainly upset because of the lie regarding the condolence money. Elise states that her sister has the right to be angry with her because she did deceive her. However, Shiki wonders if there is something else to it that he is not being told. If they are sisters with such a close bond, then it should not be a problem for them to get over such an issue. However, he does not have any info to act on this suspicion. So we move to the next day where Arya comes home and tells Shiki and Yule to come train with her at the labyrinth. Elise and Arya exchange a look, but the little sister still seems to be mad, so she simply turns away and tells the others to not waste any time. Elise can only look sad for now, and then we see Arya with her trainees inside the labyrinth. There's an awkward silence, so Shiki figures that Yule does not want to make anything worse, which is why she is not saying a word. He goes on to break the silence by asking Arya if she is still mad at Elise. She says yes, but then Shiki states that she is still taking them out for training so that they can protect her big sister. Arya agrees with this as well and says that one can never be too careful, even in a town like this. As a matter of fact, the Medine church back at the royal capital has already been raided quite a few times. The culprits in such cases were exposed as a group of evil lord supporters. Now Arya says that Elise is even more of a target because of her Medine faith and also due to her amazing beauty. Of course, Shiki is amazed that Arya is still praising Elise even though she is mad at her. It is because of this that he can say for sure that Arya really does love her sister. Anyway, it is time for the training to begin. So Arya tells Shiki to get ready for the session of his life. The team comes across an orc, so Arya instructs our hero to fight it and come out on top. Naturally, Shiki tries to come up with an excuse and says that his mana leak is acting up now. Arya simply scolds him and says that mana leaks don't work that way, so he should stop trying to fool her. Now that our hero has been found out, there isn't much that he can do, so he approaches the orc. Arai tells him that she and Yule will be there to back him up if things go wrong, but they won't if he simply remembers the advice she gave on how to fight the orc. our hero realizes that the first thing Area is training is his mind and courage. She is the top student at the Night Academy after all, so Shiki needs to gain some combat experience in order to make progress. Plus, Yule is watching him, so he needs to stop acting like a chicken. Anyway, her dagger skills will be more than enough to sort him out if he gets trapped. Now, our hero charges at the orc, and it prepares for battle as well. An intense session follows, but eventually, Shiki manages to defeat it, much to his own surprise. Yule is very happy to see her master winning the battle, and even he declares that he somehow made it. Area says that he is not as weak as he looks, so there is some hope. Shiki also realizes that if it is not a finisher move, then he can keep healing himself as many times as he wants. Keeping that in mind, he should be able to participate in combat more actively. Before they move ahead, Area decides to give our hero a couple of smoke bombs, which will surely come in handy if he is to run away or hide from powerful monsters. The Night Girl explains that as much as she would like for Shiki to become strong, she does not want Elise to mourn his passing, so safety does become a top priority. She even says that he can now fight much bigger foes till he gets used to them. Of course, this is not something that our hero wants, but he has to just deal with it. Now, even Yule is given some smoke bombs, but she remains a bit docile. Shiki figures that his slave girl may remain this way until she sees the sisters making up with each other. He can't see Yule so sad, so he decides to ask Area why she has not made up with Elise yet. She says that she is still angry at her big sister, but Shiki says there must be another reason for this, which she is not telling him. At this very moment, a bunch of orcs show up and Area gets ready for battle. She then says that she has no other choice but to be angry, because if she doesn't, then Elise will not change her ways. The Night Girl proceeds to slash through the orcs, and she says that Elise will only keep her burdens to herself if she is left unchecked. That's when our hero understands that Area is not mad at the fact that she was lied to, but rather the fact that Elise is putting her little sister's well-being above her own. Yule and Shiki are amazed by Area's sword skills, but she says that she can no longer tolerate how Elise is always sacrificing herself for her. The orcs are defeated with ease, and it can be seen why Area is the top student of the Night Academy. After all, she had to train harder than the others to become the ideal version of a fighter. Our hero can see how well Area has done as a student to live up to her sister's expectations, and even Yule tries to emulate her moves. It all makes sense to Shiki now, and he explains to us that Elise had tried to sell the clinic for Area's sake, while Area is upset at that very fact for Elise's sake. Keeping this in mind, Shiki decides to help the sisters out, because he knows that Yule will just keep worrying about them otherwise. Now he tells Area that Elise is not going to change, even if she stays mad at her forever. This is because she cares about her little sister a lot the exact same way how Area cares for her. This makes the Night Girl stop for a moment, and then Shiki tells her that she should stop giving Elise the silent treatment. The sisters should talk to each other about their true feelings, and if they do that, then Shiki is sure that Elise will try to take better care of herself. After some consideration, Area says that they should head back home because she has guard duty in the afternoon. Shiki and Yule feel that she has not understood what was said to her, but then the Night Girl adds that she will need more time to think about how she is going to say sorry to her big sister for her earlier behavior. This makes Yule happy, so Shiki also is relieved, and then Area tells the two of them that they need to hurry back home. Our hero only cares about the fact that Yule is now feeling better, and then we shift to the clinic. We can see Area being playful as ever around Elise, who is shocked to learn that Shiki was the one who made this possible. Area adds that she too was surprised to see our hero acting as the middleman to console the sisters. This is because it is usually her job to make sure all is well between Shiki and Elise. The big sister is a bit confused at first, but then Area calls her and Shiki a couple of lovebirds and adds that they should be the ones talking to each other about their true feelings. Elise is not too pleased with this, and she tells Area to stop talking about such things, otherwise she will be the one to give her the silent treatment. Shiki looks on with concern because he does not want to give Yule any stress again. All seems to be well between the two sisters now. But the slave girl is a bit worried because of what Arya said about Elise and Shiki being love birds. This prompts our hero to worry about things getting dicey for him and Yule. It's time to move on to the main festival now. But there is a very difficult situation for Shiki as he wants to watch the beauty pageant, but without Yule noticing his intrusive thoughts and shady intentions. How are things going to turn out now for our hero? Also, with Elise as his main focus, what is he going to do about Lulu?
Shiki, Yule, and Elise enjoying the main events of the festival, and it almost looks as if they are one happy family. Elise managed to reconcile with her sister, which has allowed her to take the day off from the clinic to hang out with our hero. Yule has also saved enough money to enjoy herself, so everything is good. As far as Shiki himself is concerned, he doesn't seem to be very happy, so Yule asks him what's wrong. He says it's nothing, and distracts Yule by asking her if there was an event she really wanted to see. She is very interested in the battle tournament because she wants to learn from the various fighting styles people use. Elise says that Yule is very diligent, but Shiki says he can't go for it. He says that there is something wrong with his stomach, so he will use the restroom for some time. Yule says that she will come with him, but Bro says that portable toilets have long lines in festivals, so it is going to take a lot of time. He tells her to go and enjoy the battle tournament, and he acts really dramatic, which only makes him look suspicious to us. Yule still wants to be with her master, but it's almost like we're watching a soap opera now, as Shiki tells her to carry on without him. Yule even raises her hand, calling out to her master, as if this is Demon Slayer Mugen Train. However, the moment the girls are out of his sight, Bro stands up instantly, which is a total psych moment. He feels bad for using the slave seal for a second time on Yule, but he had no choice. After all, there is an event that is more important to him than life itself. By this, he is referring to the beauty pageant, which is going to have all kinds of curvy babes and all kinds of alluring cosplay. Shiki is a man of culture, so he cannot afford to miss this for the world. Now, we move to the beauty pageant, and our hero has reached on time. He suddenly hears a female's voice complimenting his hair, so he turns around to see the famed saint girl from the royal capital, Feline. She tells Shiki that he has glossy black hair, which is quite rare around here. Shiki wonders why a high-level priestess is giving him attention, because even though she is pretty, he should be careful. Feline can see from his outfit that he is a healer boy. He notices that she is trying to size him up. Doesn't make sense to him, though. But then he remembers that he did cover the entire town with his healing blast during the Crank Height turtle attack. He got quite a bit of fame from it, so it's only natural for the church to also know about him. Shiki does not want to be probed for answers, so he asks if he can go now. Feline doesn't resist and says that she hopes to see him again someday. Our hero tells us that he should be really cautious not to get mixed up with the priestess, but his train of thought instantly vanishes when the beauty pageant begins. The contest has some serious competition, as there are some absolute babes coming to the stage.
There are elf girls and pillow girls too, so Shiki starts to compare them with Elise because he has no sense of control.
Suddenly, Yule calls out to him, and Bro is sabotaged because Elise is there with her as well. Shiki is confused, but Elise explains that once they reached the battle arena, the slave seal effects wore off, so Elise brought Yule here because she knows what kind of man he is. Yule asks if Shiki is feeling better now, and he says he was fine the moment the girls left him. He figures he should at least come up with a better excuse, so he apologizes to Yule for lying. He then says that he knows a friend who is performing at the pageant, and he wanted to show some support to her, but didn't want to get into Yule's way. This is not a bad lie, as can be seen on Elise's face, but Yule buys it. Bro obviously can't expose the truth, but Yule asks if this friend is Lulu. She happens to be up on the stage this very moment, so it's a crazy coincidence for our hero. Lulu is quite shy, which leads to some shady cheering from the crowd. Shiki can't believe that someone he knows actually showed up, and Elise now thinks that he was speaking the truth. Come to think of it, Shiki does remember Lulu mentioning the pageant earlier, but then he gets called out in front of everyone. Lulu asks him why Elise is a part of the audience, but this seems to be some kind of communication gap. Basically, Lulu only participated here because she thought Elise would also be here. In addition, she wanted to clear the mistress accusation from Arya, which is probably why she chose something something that's as good as a birthday suit. The fact that Elise isn't even competing makes it worse. But Shiki doesn't remember promising Lulu that he would get her to do it. After all the commotion here, the crowd goes crazy when the priestess herself makes an appearance. Feline is greeted with suspiciously loud cheers, so it looks like most of the men here are following Drake's footsteps. Shiki figures that this could be one of the reasons why Feline appeals to the masses, and he now knows who the winner is going to be. He feels bad for Lulu because she tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, doesn't even matter, because the priestess is going to win. Of course, it's not all in vain, because at least Shiki can feast his eyes on this sight. Suddenly, Yule tells her master to look up in the sky, so he wonders if there are some flying babes too. She is actually referring to some animals flying toward them, so Shiki takes a closer look. These beasts are approaching them steadily, and they sure don't look like birds. That's when the crowd starts to panic, as monsters have shown up in the area. Our hero watches on as boar monsters emerge from the alleyways, but why are these beasts here in town? Shiki gets Elise and Yule close to him as the knights show up to fight the monsters. It could be that the followers of the evil lord have done this, and it's a pain to deal with these boars as well as flying monsters. Shiki feels that these monsters have been in town from before and are only now showing their presence. They could have been hiding in abandoned buildings, just like the dragon Shiki and Lulu had found. This is some really bad timing, because a dragon shows up at that very moment. Bro realizes that the monsters must have been smuggled during the Crank-Height Turtle's poison mist attack. He still does not know who would have done this, but the knights are focusing on saving Philly. Lulu is in danger too, but Yule is ready to fight the monsters. Yule now throws her blades at the beasts, and she is able to take them down with ease. She has clearly grown a lot stronger thanks to her training, but Elise is still in trouble. Luckily, Arya shows up and saves her from the flying monsters with her weapon. Elise worries for her sister, but Arya says it is fine. She is a knight, after all, and she charges straight into battle. Elise looks at her sister with awe and amazement, but Shiki wishes Arya looked at her the same way when he saved her too. Anyway, our hero notices that the dragons are targeting the beauty pageant, so the girls over there are in serious danger. Shiki tells Arya to take care of Elise, and he rushes to the pageant because he has to heal all the curvy babes getting injured there. However, when he reaches, he can see that Feline is already healing everyone, so it's covered. Lulu shows up, and she is unharmed, but she does mention that she and Shiki saw the dragons before. It's weird though, because dragons don't normally attack people like this. Feline says that it is because of a magic tool that allows users to control monsters via a collar. It's a trick that the followers of the wicked god cult use, and the priestess adds that the earth dragons have a pretty terrifying attack. Shiki tells Lulu she should leave the area because the dragons are clearly targeting Feline.
It would be best to get out of here right now. But Feline tells her mages that they should take down the dragon with their own fire magic while they have the chance. Lulu asks if she is going to end the dragon, but Feline says that she will try to remove the magic collar because that will stop the dragon. However, if the beast does get through to them, then they will need to use X-Heal as many times as possible before their demise. Things are getting scary, and Feline says that she can only use this move once because of her limited mana. Shiki can see that Lulu is feeling bad for the dragon, so this may not be the best situation for her to fight. Feline, on the other hand, looks calm, but she is not smiling because she will obviously place the humans above the dragons. Shiki has an idea, so he asks Yule if she can hit the dragon's collar. She says that if she is on top of a building, then her blades can reach the beast. She will need Feline to distract the dragon, so Shiki leaves it to Yule. She springs into action, but Lulu is still standing, so Shiki needs to get her out of here. The mages activate beast mode, and they launch a fire lance at the dragon. It does not work, and now the monster is about to use its breath attack. Things are not looking good, and our hero tries to take Lulu with him, but the attack reaches them. Shiki seems to be fine, but when he takes a look at Lulu, he can see that her leg got caught in the dragon's breath. She is getting petrified, so Shiki has to use X-Heal. However, if he does this, then everyone will know that he was the one who countered the poison mist. His lazy lifestyle would vanish, but this is not the way Comic Guzzlers wants its heroes to think. Anyway, Shiki looks up and sees that Yule has reached the top of the building. She jumps right at the dragon's neck and is able to strike the collar with precision. This makes the dragon fall asleep, and it drops to the ground. Bro does not know why Yule risks so much for him, but she has done a good job, as the dragon will not attack anymore. The real problem, though, is that Feline has run out of mana after healing the people in her squad. There's nothing left for Lulu, but now Shiki finally comes to his senses and decides that he should not be so selfish. Will our hero be able to heal Lulu in time? What is going to happen once the priestess sees his true powers? Is Shiki finally going to start living like a hero? The answers to these questions can be found in the later chapters. With that, he is about to use his X-Heal skill, but before that, yahello comes to the scene and unleashes a smoke bomb. Our hero applauds her big brain energy, as she must have remembered that her master's powers are to be kept a secret from the others. The smoke bombs had come from Arya, so Shiki can now use his powers without worrying at all. He does not even need to chant out his spell, so Lulu is not going to know what happened. With that, Shiki uses X-Heal, and Lulu's injuries get cured almost instantly. Bro was able to do this just by thinking about his spell, and then he goes to check on Lulu. She's happy to see his face one last time, but this confuses Shiki because the spell should have worked. Lulu continues to act emotional, and that's when Shiki figures that she has not realized she has been healed. She has accepted the fact that she is going to lose her life, and this is why she is going to confess her feelings for him. Of course, if she does this now, then it will be really embarrassing for her. But she goes ahead and reveals that she has always been in love with him, which is pretty much what he had expected to hear, although he doesn't know why. Lulu goes on to show that even though she has been with Fran and Sarah, she has never been a good adventurer. Whenever she would fight monsters, she would get lots of scars, which did not heal properly. So, when she had first met Shiki, she was very conscious of her body, despite being curvy. She then asks our hero to remember the time she got Fran with her. She really wanted him to help her out, as she did not want her injuries to leave any scars too. Shiki feels that this was all the result of Lulu's compassion. She also tells Shiki that he may not remember this, but he was the one who healed all her scars when they first met. Even thought she did not have any money for such a high-level heal. Shiki still cured her whole body. However, he reveals that he only used a normal heal, and it's probably the result of his mana leak. Lulu says sorry for stating all of this during her final moments, and she feels that Shiki's face is already blurring. This is only because of the smoke screen fading away. But our hero doesn't want to tell her the truth, as it could make things really awkward. For now, it would be better to stare at each other to keep the mood strong, and with things settling down, even the dragon was kept alive, so we now have to see where yahello went. Now, Lulu finally notices that the petrification on her leg has gone away, so Shiki tells her that she may have just barely gotten out of the way. Now, she blushes because of all the things she had said earlier, but Shiki reveals that he did not have a lot of control over his healing magic back when they first met. That's why the high heal he had cast on her was just an accident. This makes her sad, and our hero laments that he is really bad at trying to talk to women. He tries to correct himself, but Lulu smiles and says that he just can't help himself and his creepy acts. He does not know how to react to this, but Lulu still accepts the fact that he would give her discounts at the clinic after noticing her scarred body. He is still kind, which is why she has fallen for him. At this very moment, yahello, Elise, and Arya show up to the scene, and it's a case of bad timing. Our hero figures they must have heard everything that was said, so he has to turn this around. He tells Lulu that she needs to cover up, considering her current state, so she brings out an item card and says that she was planning to return the item, but she'll hold on to it for a bit longer. She brings out a cloak from the card, which seems to be Shiki's, and it shocks the other girls. On top of that, she lands a kiss on Shiki's cheek before leaving the scene. This creates a rather awkward environment for our hero and the other girls. yahello is clearly flustered, while Arya scolds Shiki for having an affair with Lulu. Elise doesn't say anything, but Bro laments that Lulu has left him in an open battlefield with no counter strategy. At this moment, Feline shows up and says that she has finally found him, but Shiki does not understand what she means by this. She is a highly respected priestess, so there is no need for her to be after Shiki to this degree. Of course, Arya is still complaining about Bro having an affair, and yahello still feels bad about Lulu getting to kiss her master. Shiki knows that Feline saw Lulu getting petrified, but now that she's healed after the smoke passed, it's possible that she now knows about his ability. He may not be able to deceive her, so he could get restrained now. Before our hero can figure out a way to escape her, the Bishop Darnod shows up and talks about how she got attacked by the demons. He claims to have come here to help with treatment, but that does not seem necessary now. He is surprised that Feline was able to cure even the petrification. She says it was because of the knights and the escorts, not her. Even so, the bishop makes an evil smile and comments on how this must have been tough for her. She counters that this is a miracle place, so the heretics would have never left it alone. She's smiling again, so Shiki wonders if she was acting as if she had run out of magic to get him to use his powers. There are lots of thoughts going on in his mind, but one thing that he knows for sure is that the church can't be trusted, as per what Elise had told him. Now, Feline asks the bishop to delay their chat because she wishes to talk to someone else first. He does as she says, and then the head priestess turns back to our hero. He feels that she may try to capture and torture him, so he has to come up with some kind of negotiation strategy. However, she simply smiles at him and carries on. So Shiki feels this could have been one big misunderstanding. At this moment, Darno coughs and looks at Shiki with shady eyes. eyes, so perhaps he might be the one to capture him. But then he realizes that the bishop is not looking at him, but rather at Elise. It's not an honorable gaze, so he could be picturing Elise in her birthday suit. Of course, he can relate to that. But for now, he turns to Elise and Yahello, telling them they should go home now. Arya is getting a lecture, and Feline may have gone to meet the governor. Of course, they were in the middle of a cat fight too. But for now, they should just sit somewhere else. Things are still weird, so Shiki thinks of some way to change the subject. But then Yahello becomes alert. She throws a dagger at something, which is revealed to be a bat. She had sensed a suspicious aura, and this bat is apparently a leftover demon. Shiki knows that it could have been a person's aura too, meaning Feline could have sent a spy after him. He has to be careful now, and a few days pass by like this. Nothing alarming has happened, so maybe Shiki was just being paranoid. Yahello asks her master how he's doing, and then we learn that the energy around the cat fight involving Lulu has calmed down since Bro was only saving her. The problem is that Yahello is being a bit too energetic around him, which is a little messed up. She's brushing his teeth, which may be healthy, but the position she is using should be illegal. Now, Yahello places her hand on her master and says that something inside her has started to heat up. This is not looking good for Shiki, and he might just get violated by Yahello. However, Elise walks in looking like a total babe and asks what they are doing. Bro has been saved and can live another day without any accusations. Elise says that the bath is ready to use, and Yahello decides to go for a dip. After she leaves, our hero tells us that things are going to become very tricky for him if Yahello continues to act this way. But then he notices something odd about Elise. He asks her what's up, but she says it's nothing. Shiki wonders if she does not look at him favorably anymore, because perhaps she thinks that he does not have a lot of morals. Then again, she could be feeling a bit low too. The same could be said about Lulu, because even though she did confess her feelings, Shiki did not reciprocate, and that may have strained their relationship. Our shady hero wants a harem in this world, which is probably why he was so vague with Lulu. Even so, he does not have anyone right now, so he could use Arya's advice. The problem is that she may want to slice him up. If he tells her how he wants to make Elise a part of his harem, it would be better to meet Elise and Lulu separately. And then there's also the problem of dealing with Yahello. At this very moment, she comes back, and Shiki comments that she was quite quick. She wanted to make it back as fast as the Flash because she did not want to keep her master waiting. So now it's time to start the training for healing magic. She gets down to reading a book, but it's just the holy scripture to raise her piety. Basically, the elf girl wants to learn healing magic to help Shiki, even though he's the strongest healer there is. Of course, he should not hurt Yuel's feelings. But then Lulu seems to call for him from downstairs. It's been a few days, so he asks her if she needs to be treated. It's not that, so our hero thinks about confessing his own feelings to her. Lulu teases him for a bit, and Shiki thinks about sending Yahello away. But the face she makes is difficult to say no to. Bro will just have to comfort her, so he pats Yahello on the head, much to Lulu's surprise. He is not trying to intimidate Lulu, but Yahello is insecure, so he has to do something. She would feel very lonely if he asked to be alone with Lulu, and he can't make her so sad. All of this could be due to the earlier incident, so Shiki hopes it'll get better with time. He continues to pat Yahello, and this makes Lulu jealous, because even she wants to be patted. He just wants to ease her anxiety. But then Yahello does something out of pocket by licking Bro's neck. Shiki hopes to God that she is probably licking her own tears off his neck because he can't afford to be hit with the Drake accusations. Now, he asks Lulu if she is fine, and she says that she is currently staying at the governor's mansion. After all, his daughter was in Lulu's party, so she could get promoted to being Fran's bodyguard. Lulu says that the dragon from the attack is also living with her, and he has become like a cute pet to her. That's odd, considering he petrified her. But the governor and Feline are fine with it, so it's all good. This means Shiki was right about her going to speak with the governor, and then Lulu reveals that the head priestess is trying to search for something. This is a secret matter, as she was saying she wanted to purge someone for the damage inflicted on the church, which sounds bad to Shiki. This was all due to some eavesdropping, so Lulu asks our hero what they should do about this. Of course, he can only link the word purge to what Feline said about finally finding him, so he now feels he should just run away from this town. However, if Feline really wanted Shiki, she would have had him in chains by now, so the whole thing makes Lulu anxious. She's glad that at least she has her healer boy by her side, and says that she was just here to share this information. With that, she nervously leaves the room, but Elise steps in, which means she must suspect something. Shiki is at a loss for words, and it becomes even worse when Elise says that his relationship with Lulu has gone too far. After all, he has a mark on his neck, although this was actually inflicted by Yahello. This is all a really bad misunderstanding, but it does seem like the elf girl is bothered by Lulu kissing her master. Later at night, our hero can feel something heavy on his chest, but when he opens his eyes, he can see Elise right on top of him. She is a sight for sore eyes, but sneaking into Shiki's bed at night usually only means one thing on Comic Guzzlers. He asks her if she ate something bad, but she reveals that she has wanted to be this way with him since a while. She adds that she thought Shiki would make a move on her, considering how he would always stare at her pillows with shady intent. But this is all new to our hero. Elise says that her curvy body has been burning hot for some time now, so it feels as if she's been cursed by a succubus. She then asks Shiki if he can fix this for her, but then he wakes up to learn it was all a dream. That sucks for him, but us men of culture can surely relate. Shiki notices that Yuel is sleeping on top of him, so he figures that was the heavy feeling on his chest. Now, we move to a flashback from the day before, where Yuel says she is not able to do something. The theme of training for this day was to try out the practical use of healing magic, but even after her master took the time to teach her, Yuel wasn't able to do anything. He tells her that her fingers did shine, so it's still a big deal in such a short time. Of course, he does not know what he's talking about, but he can sense some kind of magic within Yuel. With such Mary Sue level skills, our hero's reason to exist could be under threat very soon. Anyway, Yuel says that she could probably use a reading of the Holy Scripture to help her case. She has started a chapter with tough words, so perhaps Shiki can make it easier for her by reading it out loud. If that is the case, then Shiki will be more than happy to read it out to her, although this would be his first time doing so too. Anyway, he thinks that it will be fine, and then he turns to the next chapter. It is called the Chapter of Battle, which involves the Saint and the Succubus, which is the apostle of the evil god. Now, we see a succubus babe who is rather alluring, and that's when Shiki realizes that this is the same kind of beast that appears in the mangas he has read. She is known as the creepy demon, and while our hero was not interested in reading this at first, he has found a sudden motivation to do so, which is not surprising at all. How is this story going to unfold? And how is Shiki going to make Yuel feel better about his goofy relationship with Lulu? What are Elise's true feelings? And who is the real villain in this story? There's more to uncover, but sadly, we have reached the end of today's video. Like, share, and subscribe if you are happy to see Shiki and Yuel back in action. Of course, Elise, Arya, and Lulu are also great babes, so there's more of the story that we can explore, especially with Fillion's involvement now. Show some love to this video, and I will be sure to cover the remaining chapters in more detail for you. Okay then, I'll see you in the next one.